seated. So we will bring the jury in just a moment. Only one issue that I wanted to put on the record in consulting with the court monitor yesterday. On March 25th at about 3:09 p.m., Attorney McNicoll, you were on cross of Detective Elsmiller.
That's correct.
And you put an exhibit up which you identified as Exhibit H4.
That's right.
It was actually H5.
That's correct.
So I wanted to make sure that the record was clear on that.
Thank you, and I spoke to the state about that as well.
And then finally, although both sides generally do a good job of identifying the exhibit that's up on the screen, could you try to make a point of, for the record, letting the monitor know and the jury know what exhibit you're actually showing? There's only a couple of lapses in the record about what exhibit is actually being shown. Just try to remember to do that, and I will try to remember to remind you. All right? You can go ahead and bring in the jury. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated yesterday, I was going to try to remember on occasion to ask you if you've had any exposure to any media in the case overnight. Is there anyone who saw any media on this case overnight? Has anybody discussed the case with anyone? And has anyone done any research on their own over the last 24 hours? All right, thank you. And for the record, all jurors indicated no to the three questions. State?
State calls Cassandra Fuchs.
All right, good morning. Come on in, and you'll see the jury box, witness box, excuse me, opens up behind you. If you could remain standing for just a moment and kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Now, there is a microphone in front of you. You can see that it's up kind of high. If you could bend it down a little. Now, you don't have to sit too closely to it. That's probably perfect, and just try to keep your voice up a little. Go ahead.
Thank you. If you can please introduce yourself to the jurors.
My name is Cassandra Fuchs.
And you will be asked questions regarding events from about 7 years ago. Would it be fair that at this time you may not recall particular details from back then?
Yes, that's fair.
Have you also, in this case, provided recorded statements and given sworn testimony closer in time to those past events when those details were fresher in your mind?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to the fall of 2016 going into the winter of 2017. Back then, did you know a man by the name of Josh Colwell?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Josh Colwell at that time?
I dated him for a couple months.
And for about how long had you known each other and dated?
We were together for 4.5 months.
And did you know each other before then, before you dated?
Not really, not well.
What, if any, relationship do you have with Josh Colwell now?
None.
And about when was the last time you remember having any contact with him whatsoever, whether it be Facebook, telephone communication, social media, any?
About 7 years ago.
Back when you knew Josh Colwell, did you go by a different last name?
Yes.
And what was that?
Russell.
In January of 2017, where was Josh Colwell living?
He was staying with me.
And in what town were you living back then?
Farmington.
And was that at 54 Central Street in Farmington?
Correct.
From your relationship with Josh Colwell back in 2016, 2017, were you introduced to a woman by the name of Christine Sullivan and a man by the name of Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
And where did they live?
On Meterborough Road.
Do you remember about when it was when you first met Dean Smoronk and Christine Sullivan? Again, about.
In the wintertime,
And this was after you started your dating relationship with
Yes.
Josh Colwell?
yes.
Did you ever know a woman by the name of Jenna Pellegrini?
No.
From your relationship with Josh Colwell, did you also, in the time period that we're talking about, late 2016, early 2017, come to know a person by the name of Timothy Verrill?
Yes.
And how did you come to know Timothy Verrill?
He was a friend of Josh.
And about how often would you see Timothy Verrill in the time period that we're talking about? Again, about how often would you
A
see him?
couple times a week,
Would you be able to recognize Mr. Verrill if you saw him again?
possibly.
And you see him here in the court?
Yes.
And can you identify him through an article of clothing that he's wearing?
The button-up plaid shirt.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Verrill, the defendant.
Any objection? All right, the record will so reflect.
Based on your observations of interactions between Mr. Verrill and Mr. Colwell, how would you describe their relationship in the time period that we've been discussing, that winter 2016 into 2017?
They were friends.
Did you see the two of them, Josh Colwell and the defendant, Mr. Verrill, together often while you were with Mr. Colwell?
Yes, during that time, yes.
And where typically would you see Mr. Colwell and his friend, the defendant, Mr. Verrill, together?
I had an area in my basement that they used to hang out.
And this would be at 54 Central Street in Farmington? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Around the turn of the year, January of 2016 and 2017, did you notice a change in the defendant, Mr. Verrill's behavior?
Yes.
That change in the defendant's behavior, was that something you yourself observed, something that you were told about, or both?
Both.
What do you remember with respect to the changes in the defendant's behavior that you yourself saw? What do you remember about that?
He kind of like disappeared for a little bit and we were worried about him and, I didn't really know him super well. So just some observations that I don't really remember exactly what.
Yes.
So although it's been 7 years, you do remember there was a noticeable change in the defendant's behavior?
Yes.
And you said that we were concerned. When you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself, Josh, and anyone else around that he would talk about the situation with, like friends.
And during this period, did Josh Colwell talk to you about his friend's mental status?
Yes.
And was that a subject that he talked about with you often in January, his friend's mental health?
Yeah, it was a big topic of conversations, yes.
And did Mr. Colwell tell you how he felt about his friend, Mr. Verrill's mental status?
Yes, he was really concerned.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Colwell also try to get the defendant professional help based upon his changed behavior at this time period?
I believe so. I just don't think you can do that being just a friend.
But you remember those conversations
remember
between
the
Mr.
conversation.
Colwell about trying to get some professional help for the defendant?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, with respect to Sorter, do you remember him trying to get some help for the defendant?
I think so. I just don't remember exactly how he was trying to get him help. I don't remember, but I remember conversations around the concern.
Fair enough. So up on the screen is a calendar, and this is a calendar the jurors have seen many times before. For the record, it states Exhibit 82. And I want to turn your attention to a specific day, and that would be the morning of Friday, January 27th of 2017. Was that the last time you saw the defendant, Mr. Verrill, other than in court in this case?
Yes.
And sitting here today, almost 7 years later, do you remember about when it was that Friday that you saw the defendant?
It was about 9:30 in the morning, before 10, I think.
And what were you doing or about to do when you last saw the defendant that Friday morning?
I was getting ready to leave for a run.
And does that activity help with respect to about when you saw him?
Yes.
And how so, if you can explain that?
Because I
for
drop
us.
my son off at school and come back, feed the dogs, get into running clothes and leave. So that would be about the right time.
Where did you last see the defendant when you saw him last time on Friday, January 27th?
Coming up my stairs on my porch.
And when you say my stairs and my porch, is this again the house
54
at
Central.
54 Central Street? Mm-hmm. Was it an expected encounter that you had with the defendant that Friday morning, or was it unexpected?
Not necessarily expected, but it wasn't a surprise because Josh always had people around him and visiting. And
Is it fair to say that the defendant and Mr. Colwell had the type of relationship where the defendant could just stop by whenever he wanted to?
yes,
But that being said, it wasn't a planned visit
No.
to your knowledge?
no,
Do you remember whether Mr. Colwell was home when you last saw the defendant?
yes.
And were you at home while the defendant was there that Friday morning, or did you leave to go, I think you said, on your run?
I went for a run for probably a half an hour, 20 minutes or so.
Do you recall seeing the defendant at the house when you returned home from your run?
No.
What do you remember about the clothes that the defendant was wearing that morning when you saw him that last time?
He had on just like a white undershirt and I thought it was khaki pants and no shoes.
Was that, with respect to the T-shirt, was that unusual to you that he was wearing just a T-shirt?
Usually he had a flannel on and it was in the middle of winter.
So Judge, I saw a juror raise her hand, so I think I need to re-ask one of
I
the questions.
apologize, I didn't see it. Is there a juror who needs, yes?
Yep, so maybe I'll just re-ask the question. Do you remember what you saw the defendant wearing that morning? I believe that might have been the question that, yep. So if you could say that again, please.
A white t-shirt. I thought he was wearing khaki pants and he had no shoes on.
And with respect to the T-shirt, did you say that was unusual to you?
He usually had on a flannel and it was wintertime.
Did the defendant also smell different from what you remember?
Yeah, there was a really strong, like, I guess BO. It was just really strong.
And was that different from other encounters that you had with the defendant in the past?
I would say so, yes.
And again, that was the last time that you ever saw Mr. Verrill, the defendant, again, other than in court?
Yes.
I want to turn to the next day, and that's Saturday, January 28th. Were you with Mr. Colwell that Saturday?
Yes.
And what do you remember about Mr. Colwell's demeanor that Saturday?
There was something going on, but I didn't know what. He was really stressed. He walked into my bedroom and like collapsed on the bed face down, and I don't know. He's just really dramatic, so I just thought he was being dramatic.
Do you
and I
remember
just
whether
ignored
he
it.
was expressing concern or stressing out about anyone in particular that day?
I didn't know at that point, but he was worried about, because Christine was missing.
Later that same Saturday, closer to midnight, did you go anywhere with Mr. Colwell?
Yes.
And where did you go with him?
We went to the airport to pick up Dean.
And the airport where?
Logan Airport in Boston.
And you said the purpose of that trip was to pick up Dean, that's Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
And how did you and Mr. Colwell get to the airport in Boston in order to do that? In other words, what vehicle did you take, if you remember?
Josh's truck.
And what happened at the airport?
We picked Dean up.
And upon picking, well, let's strike that. Was it just you and Colwell, Mr. Colwell, who drove to Boston to pick up Dean Smoronk?
Correct.
And so on the drive back, it was you, Mr. Colwell, and Mr. Smoronk?
Yes.
And where did the three of you go after Mr. Smoronk was picked up at the airport in Boston?
They dropped me off at my house,
And this again was your house in...
54 Central Street.
Soon after they dropped you off at the house, did Josh Colwell and Dean Smoronk go somewhere together?
Yes, I went to Dean's house.
And while Josh Colwell was at the house and dropped you off, do you remember him picking up anything?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yep, that's fine. So Dean Smoronk, Josh Colwell, and you go to your house in Farmington.
Yeah.
And then Dean Smoronk and Josh Colwell drive. They tell you they're going to the house on Meterborough Road. Do you remember Josh Colwell picking up anything before he left with Dean Smoronk?
He had to drop off his gun before we went to Massachusetts, and he picked his gun up.
And dropping the gun off there before going to Massachusetts, was that because he had no license to carry in Massachusetts?
The laws are different in Massachusetts.
But he took his gun back when he
Correct,
dropped
when
you
we were
off.
back in New Hampshire, yes.
And later that same, going into Sunday morning now, did Josh Colwell return to your home after dropping you off?
Yes.
One moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
But
So,
the other attorney will have some questions.
cross-examination.
Good morning.
Morning.
So the prosecutor began by asking about the time frame between the fall of 2016 into the winter of 2017. So I just want to put some finer points on the timeline, okay? You started dating Josh in early November of 2016,
Correct.
and then Josh moved into your place in January of 2017.
Somewhere around there. I don't remember exactly when. It was
Okay.
a lot.
You testified previously under oath in this case, right?
Yes.
In fact, two times.
Yes.
One time was at a prior trial,
Yes.
and then the other time was at a grand jury.
Yes.
And in both times, you were under oath,
True.
just like you were today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I showed you a transcript from the grand jury testimony, would that refresh your recollection on when about Josh moved into your place?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to direct you to, I'm sorry, Counsel, this is 4577, page 10 of the transcript. It start on line 5.
Okay.
Don't read it out loud, just read
No,
it to
no, no.
yourself.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay,
I
does
just
that-
don't know an exact date.
Okay, but
Yeah.
do you remember, does this refresh your recollection about the general timeframe?
It would have been the beginning of January because we were only together for like 2 months.
Okay.
So,
Well, in fact, this says, would you mind reading this and have a more specific recollection of how long we were together?
okay.
Well, what are you referring to first, counsel?
How long they were dating?
Page
Oh, same.
please.
So again, starting at line 5 down to line 8.
Beginning. Okay. I mean, I still don't have an exact
Okay.
time.
So this doesn't refresh your recollection?
That does nothing.
But this was under oath,
Yes,
and this was in June of 2017, so a lot closer to the time that you were dating Mr. Colwell than today.
yeah.
Your Honor, I asked to read in this line into the record.
And is there any objection?
So, counsel, one more time, what do you refer to?
The amount of time that they were dating before he moved in, the same page, 10, line 5 through 8.
No objection? All right, go ahead.
Asked how long prior to the murders had you been living together? You say you moved. Your response was, it was like in the beginning of January, I believe he moved in, so like 3 weeks. Okay? Now again, the prosecutor used this general timeline of the fall of 2016 or winter of 2017 when asking if you met Mr. Verrill for the first time. So again, I'm going to ask for a little more precision. You, in fact, met Tim about a couple of weeks after you started dating Josh.
Correct.
So that would put you meeting Tim toward the end of November or early December.
Yep.
And when January rolls around, so about a month later, the amount of times you see Tim decreases dramatically, correct?
Correct.
You don't see him much in January at all?
Yes.
Now, in January of 2017, you were aware Josh was using methamphetamines
Yeah.
and cocaine?
No,
You're not aware, or he wasn't?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. He was drinking alcohol excessively?
No. He didn't drink, really.
Okay. You were aware that he was also selling drugs?
I never saw him do any of that. It's,
Okay, so you weren't
I
aware of
can't,
it?
I mean, he had a lifestyle, but I never like saw any exchanges or
Okay.
I can't
And that lifestyle was selling drugs?
doing drugs. Yeah.
Okay. And part of the reason you don't know that much about it is that he would have you leave the room whenever those conversations came up?
Correct.
Those conversations would usually happen in the basement of your house?
Correct.
And you would usually go upstairs when those conversations happened?
Correct.
Now, when you met Josh, he was unemployed, right?
He had random jobs.
His prior last stable job was working in an emergency cleanup company.
Yes.
You mentioned that Josh would have a lot of people stop by your house. So he had a wide circle of friends.
Yeah.
He would receive text messages constantly.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Is that yes? Because you're
sure.
just
I
not-
wasn't on his phone, but he was on his phone a lot.
Okay. Do you remember testifying at the last trial about how often he would receive text messages?
Nope.
If I showed you this, would that refresh your recollection?
Perhaps.
May I approach?
Yes.
It is page 1076 of the trial transcript. Line 8 specifically, but you can start reading at line 6, just to line 8 to yourself. Just to line 8. Does that refresh your recollection?
It's exactly what I just said.
Which is, He got texts constantly?
He got a lot of text messages. He was on his phone a lot.
Okay, but this is a verbatim transcript,
Okay, well,
and the word is constantly?
sure.
Okay. Josh had multiple phones, right?
I called one phone.
You only had one phone? Or you only called one phone of his?
I only called one phone of his.
Okay. In fact, you had multiple phones too?
I did not have multiple phones.
Okay. You changed your phone number in early 2017?
I changed my phone number when I broke up with Josh. I think. Pretty sure.
When
I
did you
had to
break
get-
up with Josh?
In either the early spring, late winter. I think it was like beginning of May or late April. Just remember it was early spring.
And you spoke to the police at a recorded interview in March of 2017, specifically March 10th of 2017?
Regarding this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And at that interview, you told them that you recently had changed your phone number?
Yes.
So that was before you had broken up with Josh?
I don't think so. It was not easy breaking up with him, so it was drawn out, but it could have.
Did you change your phone number because of breaking up with Josh?
That's probably part of the reason. But I think there was like a network. I wanted to change networks too or something. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
You also said that on direct that you came to know Dean and Christine around this general time frame.
Yes.
You met Dean through Josh,
Yes.
so you never had any direct relationship with Dean outside
No.
of Josh? And after January of 2017, you still saw Dean a couple of times?
A couple of times, yes.
And in total, you probably socialized with Dean at least 10 times?
Probably about 10 times, yeah, but I don't remember an exact number of times I saw him.
Dean would come over to your house to see Josh?
Correct.
Again, they would tell you not to be around during those conversations?
Sometimes I would just leave knowing that it's just, I didn't need to be there.
Now, when it comes to Christine Sullivan, you only met Christine once,
Correct.
and that's when you and Josh went to Florida,
Yes.
and that was the only time that you spent time with Christine in person.
Yes.
You also knew that Christine had a side business refurbishing furniture and other items.
I do know about that.
I want to turn to early Friday morning, the Friday morning that you testified to on direct. When you testified that you saw Tim come to your house, right? Do you remember that day?
I do.
Your interaction with Tim that morning was very brief.
Yes.
When he arrived, you two gave each other a hug.
Probably. I don't remember.
If I showed you your grand jury testimony, would that refresh your recollection?
If I said that I gave him a hug, then I most likely did.
I know, unfortunately, for the
It's not
record,
good enough.
we have to do this the longer way.
Yeah.
Might this refresh your recollection?
I don't remember giving him a hug, but that sounds right for me because I hug everybody.
Okay, so are you saying this wouldn't refresh your recollection just reading it?
I think you saying it refreshes my memory. Do I need to read it?
Well, you're not saying that you remember, you're saying if you said it, then it probably happened, but that's
Right.
different than saying you remember it.
I don't remember that time. That moment.
Counsel, what page and lines are you referring to?
Pulling that up right now. It will be page 25, line 18.
The state has no objection to counsel reading.
You can read that portion into the record.
In fact, I'll begin at the end of line 17, which is, I just opened it, gave him a hug like I always do. And you claimed on direct that you smelled, or Tim smelled like body odor.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
fair to say he didn't smell like soap.
No, he did not.
He didn't smell like cleaning products.
No,
He didn't smell like bleach.
no.
On direct, you claimed that Tim wasn't wearing any shoes.
Yes.
Again, you spoke to the police in March of 2017, right? In
Yes.
fact, March 10th of 2017.
Yes.
Which was fewer than 3 months from that interaction.
Okay.
And this was a recorded interview. Counsel, it's page 34 of the transcript. Line 10. And in that interview, they asked you if he was wearing any hats, gloves, boots. And your response, well, he had shoes. I don't know what kind of shoes he had on.
Coming into my house?
That's right.
I don't know.
Well, this is what you told the police in March of 2017.
Okay.
And at the last trial under oath, you didn't say anything about him not wearing shoes or boots.
I don't. I remember that being a thing where he didn't have shoes on, whether it was, maybe I'm confusing it with another time, but
So you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
And at the grand jury, when you were under oath, you didn't say anything about him not wearing shoes or
I don't
boots.
remember. That was a long time ago.
And at the last trial,
That was
didn't do
a
that either?
long time ago. I don't remember.
okay. But in March, 2.5 months after that day, you said he was.
Okay.
You also described on direct your recollection of what he was wearing, the
Yeah.
clothes, right? Mm-hmm. You didn't notice anything unusual about his clothes other than maybe he was wearing a T-shirt, right?
Correct.
You didn't notice any blood on it.
No.
You didn't notice him bleeding.
No.
You didn't notice any other stains or anything unusual about his clothes.
No.
Are you also aware that during this time, Tim and Josh had plans to begin a business with apparel,
Yes.
like
Yeah.
hats and T-shirts?
Yeah.
And Tim was going to be the artist for the designs to put on those?
Yeah. Until now, I forgot about that, but yeah.
Okay. But you do remember that?
I remember that.
Okay. And as part of that, Josh had ordered a bunch of plain white hats.
Mm-hmm.
And Tim, you saw Tim wearing those plain white hats a lot.
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to Sunday morning, which is the day after, the morning after, Josh joined Josh when he went down and picked up Dean at the airport, okay? That morning, the police arrived at your house, right?
Yes.
And you were there,
Yes, I answered the door.
but Josh wasn't there?
No, he wasn't.
Josh was in fact at the Mountain Med Clubhouse?
Can ask her if she knew where he was.
Did you know where Josh was that morning?
I don't remember.
If I showed you your grand jury transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Page 46. Line 11. 10.
So the objection would still be basis of knowledge.
Right. You can go ahead and question.
Starting at line 10.
Okay. I remember that, yes.
So before you answer any questions. Did the police ask you where Josh was? Again, these are just yes or no questions.
Yes.
And yes or no, did you tell them where he was?
Yes.
And do you know where he was?
Yes.
And how did you know where he was?
I would think because he told me. I'm not really remembering this whole scenario really clearly, but I remember what's written on there.
Okay. And why did he tell you where he was going?
Because that's what people do when they leave a house. I don't know how to answer that. Why? I don't.
Were you concerned of being left alone when,
Probably.
so he didn't give you an explanation for why he was leaving?
Can I refer to what I read? Because I remember that.
I'm asking about how you knew where he was. So the question is less about where he was, but how you knew it.
Like, if I could confirm he was where he said he was going to be? Is that what you're asking?
Well,
I guess you never know. Somebody tells you where they're going to be, and you just think that they're where they're saying they're going to be.
okay. And were you irritated or annoyed at all or fearful by being left alone?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, earlier, you said you didn't know much about what was going on with Josh's drug dealing, right?
I guess. Yeah.
Did you know that Dean was involved with that?
How would I don't know. How would I know? It was never a conversation that I had with them.
Okay. And is there testimony that you never knew that Josh worked for Dean?
Well, I object to the loading nature of the question.
The what nature of the question?
Loading. Assumes a factual basis if that's not as actually.
It does, but it's cross-examination, so go ahead.
Is there testimony that you didn't know that Josh was working for Dean?
Working for Dean? Probably. I don't know what he would do for him.
Okay. So you're saying you didn't know that he was working for Dean?
Working for, no, I don't, unless I don't remember, I don't know.
Okay. And that's because what you said is that he kept you out of this. Josh kept you out of
Correct.
this. Now, that's different than what you testified to under oath at the grand jury. Counsel, it's page 13.
Line?
It is line, we can start with line 11. Josh had told you that he was collecting drug debt for Dean.
Yep, come on up.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So any redirect?
Very, very briefly. I want to go back to that recorded conversation that you had with the police.
Yes.
Counsel, page 33, we'll start with lines 20 through 23. I'm going to read out loud the question and your answer and just confirm that this is what it says. Question, do you remember what he was wearing, referring to Mr. Verrill? Answer, he was wearing a T-shirt, which is weird because it was winter time, and khakis, right?
Correct.
And then counsel, same page, lines 4 through 15. Question. Page 33, and now we're going to lines 4 through 15. Ready, counsel?
Yes.
almost done. So continuing on that same page, 33 lines 4 through 15. Question, and you mentioned that he stunk, his odor. Your answer, yeah, like BO. Question, okay, is that typical for Tim? Your answer, there was one time we like had stopped by, he had just woken up, and I was like, well, but usually he's pretty like put together. Did I read
Yeah,
that correctly?
I remember that.
No further questions.
And is there any recross? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step back.
This way.
Yes, no excuse, thank you.
And the state next calls Jason Parker.
All right, good afternoon, sir. If you could come around the back side of the witness stand, please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
There wasn't much
Okay.
space to
Okay,
put it. So
that's all
just-
right. Put it right here. Thank you very much.
You don't have to sit too close to the microphone,
Okay.
but please try to keep your voice up.
Okay, thank you.
If you can start by introducing yourself to the jurors, please.
Hi, my name is Jason Parker. I live at 6 Clare Street, Rochester, New Hampshire.
Can the jurors hear Mr. Parker? Yep, I thought so.
maybe a
Mr.
little
Parker,
bit.
if you
Okay,
can
I'm-
keep your voice up for us, please.
What's that?
And if you get, probably that's good. That's a good distance, I
Okay.
think. Try again.
Okay, name is Jason Parker, live at 6 Clare Street, Rochester, New Hampshire. Father of 4 and grandchildren 9.
Okay, Mr. Parker. Let's just
I don't know what to
stick
do
with the
after that.
question, okay?
Okay.
So we got it, you're Mr. Parker, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to be asked questions regarding events from about 7 years ago. Would it be fair to say at this time you may not recall particular details, an example being telephone numbers?
Yes,
Have you also, in this case, provided statements to investigators and given sworn testimony closer in time to those past events when details were fresher in your mind?
yes,
I want to turn your attention to the winter of 2016-2017. Did you know a person by the name of Dean Smoronk?
yes, I did.
And how did you know Dean Smoronk?
For many years, we worked together at Cabletron Systems. We're good friends, and basically continue that.
And when you say Cabletron Systems, was that a job that you both worked together for?
Yes, it's a networking company, was originally out of Rochester, Organic, New Hampshire.
And in this time period that we're talking about, winter of 2016 going into 2017, for about how long had you known him for? About?
Roughly 30 years, probably.
And in the winter of 2017, how often would you see Dean Smoronk?
Maybe once a month or so.
The same period that we're going to be talking about, winter of 2016 going into 2017, did you also know a woman by the name of Christine Sullivan?
I did.
And how did you know Ms. Sullivan?
Through Dean, and we did things like she would sell things that are like online, and I would help her try to find like mannequins or different things, and she'd make a commission on.
And back at that time, about how long had you known Ms. Sullivan for? Again, about.
About 15 years, I guess.
Did you know a woman by the name of Jenna Pellegrini?
No.
Where were Dean Smoronk and Christine Sullivan living in the winter of 2016 and 2017 in New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire, it would be 979 Meterborough Road in Farmington.
I say in New Hampshire, did you also know that Dean Smoronk had a house in Florida as well?
Yes, in Cape Coral.
With respect to the house in New Hampshire on Meterborough Road, Had you been over and into that residence before while both Mr. Smoronk and Ms. Sullivan were living in that house?
Yes.
Let's talk about another subject, cell phones. And on the screen, and it should also be on the TV screen in front of you, Mr. Parker.
Okay, thank you.
That states Exhibit 24 for the record. In the time period that we've been talking about, the winter of 2016, 2017, did you yourself have a cell phone?
Yes, I did.
The number that's listed by your name on this chart, 603-948-6776, indicated by the red arrow, was that your cell phone number back then?
Yes, it was.
Looking at the listed numbers at the top, we have numbers for Dean Smoronk and also for Ms. Sullivan. Do any of these numbers for Ms. Sullivan or Mr. Smoronk look familiar to you as you sit here today, 7 years later?
No, because I don't memorize those.
We'll get into this a little later. Were you in communication by cell phone with both of those people, though?
Yes.
Going through the other names on this chart, under Dean Smoronk, there's a name Timothy Verrill. Do you know or recall ever meeting a Timothy Verrill?
I never met him.
The next name on the chart, Joshua Colwell. Do you know or ever recall meeting a Josh or Joshua Colwell?
I do not recall meeting him.
Then there's a Steven Clough. Do you recall ever meeting or knowing a Steven Clough?
I do not recall that name. Oop,
And,
name went away.
Lastly, this happens from time to time, Mr. Parker. And lastly, on the bottom, there's a Kathy Bradstreet. Do you know or ever recall meeting a Kathy Bradstreet?
I don't recall, those are familiar, but I don't recall officially that.
So next on the screen is a calendar. For the record, it states Exhibit 82. Back during that time frame, the winter of 2016 going into 2017, did you communicate with both Dean Smoronk and Christine Sullivan by cell phone?
Yes.
Did you communicate with them both by text messages, by calls, by both, just generally?
Both of them, both cell and text.
I want to turn your attention to the date that's highlighted in red, Saturday, January 28th of 2017. On that day, did Dean Smoronk contact you on your cell phone and ask you to go to his house on Meterborough Road?
He did.
And why did Dean Smoronk ask you to go to his house that Saturday?
What he basically asked me is I would do a basic security check, which I have done before.
So this is something that you've done for Dean Smoronk before, go to his house while he's away?
Yes.
When had you last been to the house at 979 Meterborough Road in relation to that Saturday, January 28th, when Dean Smoronk contacted you by cell phone and asked you to stop by his house for a security check?
So on Friday the 27th, I had made an arrangement with Christina Sullivan several days before this, where I had a friend who lost the couple lost their home, and I was making I made arrangements with her that on that Friday I would deliver a trailer of items such as chairs, etc., to that house. She would in turn sell them and take her consignment and give me the rest of the money so I could return it to that family so they were in need of money.
And because of that, did you actually go to the house on Meterborough Road the day before Friday, January 27th?
Before Friday,
No,
may have.
no.
On Friday, yes.
On Friday.
Yes, on Friday, yes.
Which is the next date that's highlighted on the calendar. And I think you answered this, but the visit that you made to the house on Friday, was that something that you had planned before you actually went on Friday?
Yes, we had scheduled that I would deliver the items and that we would put them in the house or somewhere.
And when you say we scheduled that, you and who else scheduled you to go to the house on Friday?
Christine and I scheduled this because I had set up the commitment before this with the family that I was getting this stuff from.
And how did you get to the house on Friday?
I drove my car and I had a trailer attached, which was full of quite a few things.
And did the jurors have seen photographs of the house on Meterborough Road and the long driveway leading up to the house? Did you actually go up that long driveway that you remember?
Yes, I did.
And when you went to the Meterborough Road house on Friday, did you actually enter the house?
No, I did not.
And what did you do that Friday? I think you discussed what you did, but
Yes.
if you can explain
I
that again.
Okay, basically on the way, I was trying to reach her, no
Okay,
answer.
well, Mr. Parker, that's
what-
okay. My question again is, when you were actually at the house, what did you do at the house?
I pulled up to the driveway and looked, and there was nobody around, but I don't recall getting out of the car or not, but I was trying to reach the person on the way, but I just sat in the car.
You talked about that you were going there to drop off items. Did you ultimately drop off some items at the house?
Yes, and that's due after communicating with, contacting Dean on the phone, on his regular phone.
Okay.
That I asked his permission that I could leave them there.
And we'll get to that.
Okay, I'm
But
sorry.
you did drop off some items at the house on Friday?
Yes.
With respect to where you placed some items at Friday morning or Friday, January 27th, do you see the woodshed in the photo off to the left?
Yes.
And is that someplace where you dropped off some items on Friday?
Yes, I filled that, pretty much that's log area full to capacity.
Looking straight ahead in the photo, there's a two-door detached garage. Did you enter that garage when you were at the house that Friday to drop items off?
No,
And you testified the house is off to the right, right?
correct.
And you testified that you did not enter the house on Friday?
That is
right?
correct.
Did you have access to the house or the garage, such as keys to the house or a code to the security system?
No, I did not.
You talked before about how Mr. Smoronk had asked you on prior occasions to do similar security checks. So those prior security checks, you never had access to the house?
No,
Did you see anyone either outside or inside the house when you were there that Friday morning?
I did not.
Do you remember trying to make contact with anyone inside the house when you ultimately went to the house and dropped off items at that woodshed?
Not knowing if anybody was in the house, I tried to reach Christine Sullivan by cell phone several times.
And do you remember trying to check the house as well?
I did not go up to the house at all. That I
On
can recall.
Friday?
On Friday. I don't recall that I went to that house. I just pulled up and called.
And again, you've given prior statements as well as prior testimony in this case?
Right, yes.
And would reviewing some of your prior testimony perhaps refresh your
I would
recollection?
love to have that. I don't want to be inaccurate.
So counsel, we'll go to pages 993 and 994. Actually, we'll start at 992, counsel. And you remember testifying in a prior proceeding
Yes.
back in 2019?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do, and we have a procedure for this, so let me
Okay.
explain the procedure first. So I'm going to give you these pages. You read these pages to yourself, and when you're done reading the pages, you look up, and then I ask you some follow-up questions, okay?
I understand.
And so I want you to start, and you can start before then if you want, but I'll direct your attention to this page, line 11, and go to the end of page 934. I'm sorry, 994.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Reviewing those pages, did they jog or refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to ask another question.
Okay.
So did you now remember whether or not you actually went up to the house to see if anybody was home?
Yes. It
And what
reminded
do
me,
you
number
recall-
one, that I backed into the driveway, which I didn't recall if I did or not. And the other is I went up to the door and knocked several times on the door.
And when you say you went up to the door, do you recall what door you went up to?
It would be the storm door, the very first door at the top of the stairs, right there.
So I don't think we can see it here,
No, we
but
can't.
you
It would be
see
in
the,
the
oops,
it'd be on the
excuse me. We see the side of the house and there's an upstairs porch. Is the door you're referring to off to the right here?
That is correct.
And you went up to that door, you knocked on it, and did anyone respond to the knocks?
Nope, didn't hear anything or see anything.
And you didn't hear anything in the house? You didn't see any movement in the house?
I did not.
In addition to checking the house to see whether or not anyone was home, I think you testified that you also tried Ms. Sullivan on her cell phone?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to contact Ms. Sullivan on her cell phone that Friday morning?
I was not able to.
Let's go to the following day, which again is Saturday, January 28th. You testified that Dean Smoronk contacted you by cell phone and asked you to go to his house. Did you do what he asked and go to the house on Meterborough Road that Saturday?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get to the house that Saturday?
I drove my car.
And did you actually drive up the driveway to the house as you had done on Friday?
Yes, I did, but pretty much right at the door where I start my walk around the house.
And when you got to the house on Meterborough Road that Saturday, did you have your cell phone with you?
I did have my cell phone, yes.
And did you actually use your cell phone while you were at the house on Meterborough Road that Saturday?
I did.
And what were you using your cell phone for while you were at the house?
First thing I did was I contacted Dean to let him know I was arrived, or I may have done it on, trying to recall this, but I may have driven while driving, talked to him on the phone. But when I got there, I walked through my steps of where I was walking to and from, or I would call him back in case the cell signal was dropped. I would probably reach out to call him back.
So one of the things that you were using your cell phone that day on Meterborough Road was to communicate with Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
Were you using your cell phone for anything else while you were at the house?
I took several photographs of different things saying that there was activity or some type of activity there, but it was more of like things were left out and opened and there was a light on. So I basically took several pictures of the area saying, this is what I see from here.
When you arrived at the Meterborough Road house that Saturday, January 28th, did you see anyone outside?
I did not.
Did you ever enter the house that Saturday?
No, I do not have access.
And when I talk about the house, I'm talking about the physical house. The jurors have seen photos of, I'll call it the four-season room or the enclosed porch. You did go in there.
Oh, I did go in there,
But the actual house,
I did not. So yes, that's correct. I went into the four-season porch, or three-season porch, but in the fourth, but inside the house, I don't have access and never had.
did you check to see whether anyone was home like you had done the day before?
Yes, I knocked throughout my tour around the house throughout with windows, doors. I did check some doorknobs to see if anything was opened, which I suspect it was not, but I still tried and I did not get any access.
Did you hear or see any movement inside the house or any signs of activity while you were walking around the house that Saturday?
I did not see any activity of curtains moved or anything.
Did you hear anyone or anything inside the house while you were there that Saturday?
No, I did not.
Did you attempt to contact anyone in the house similar to what you had done the day before on Friday?
I think I was talking mostly with Dean on the phone, but I would have to recall past on my phone because a long time ago.
And you said that as you were actually walking around various areas of the house, you took some photographs as well?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with the photographs that you took with your cell phone?
I sent them to Dean, to his cell phone, or to the phone number that I think was in use at this time. It may have been his previous one by mistake, but usually the one that he was on that day.
And back in 2017, did you allow investigators to record the text messages and the photos that you received and that you sent that Saturday afternoon while you were at the Meterboro Road
Yes.
residence?
Yes, I gave him full access.
So next on the slide is states 32F, photographs from 32F. As to areas outside the house that you went to that Saturday,
That is correct.
do you recognize the area of the house first that's depicted in these photos?
Yes.
And what general area is this?
So this is the side of the house and the back of the house.
And the side of the house closest to the driveway, is that fair?
Yes, the side of the house closest to the driveway, and then the back side facing down the driveway to the main road.
So in the photos, there's snow on the ground. Is that what you remember
Yes.
on Saturday and also Friday, that there being snow on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And with respect to these photos, do they show some places that you knocked on doors, tried to see whether or not anybody was inside the house?
Yes, so on the white picture, or the picture of the top left, I, excuse me, I walked up the stairs and knocked on that first door that's right there, the storm door, regular door, opened that up.
So, Mr. Parker?
Yes.
I'm using a laser pointer.
Okay,
Walked
yes.
up these stairs, am I correct?
Yes, walked up those stairs and hit that first, knocked on that first door that has a storm door on it. And then I proceeded down the deck and into that three-season porch door, storm door, and went right in. That was open, and I went to the sliding glass door that you'll see when you, if you look inside that room.
And we'll have photos of that later on. right?
Okay, thank you. Oh, then, excuse me, then I proceeded down, back down the same stairs. It came around to the front of where the latest lattice fencing is, and on this other shot, or if you can see it, they come around a little corner, there's the door that's open in the picture. It looks like it's open right there with the light on. I knocked on that door. I knocked on the storage room door, which is on your next left, and then I proceeded around the corner where the arrow is in the ladder. And I knocked on those windows, but I'm not sure if I knocked on those windows. I'll say I did not, because it's not enough, too much snow.
With respect to this door, do you remember having any particular lock to it?
That's a fingerprint access
And
door.
did you have fingerprint access to that door?
I do not.
And again, did you have any access to any of the doors, any keys or anything like that?
No, nothing at that time.
So for point of reference for the next photo, you see this row of windows on the left, and there's a ladder against the house that's
Yes.
indicated by the yellow arrow?
Yes, sir.
So the next photo is a photo from States Exhibit 32Q. Are we looking at the same windows and ladder here with the yellow arrow?
Yes.
Does this photo depict other areas of the house that you looked as part of your security sweep on Saturday to see if there's anybody home?
Yes, so I proceeded past the arrow, the little trailer there, and walked around their little bank of snow, and then proceeded to that sliding glass door on the right, a little further right. That goes into the master bedroom. Then I came back around, and prior to going up the stairs, which I did, I went down the back side of that house, so you can't see that, but eventually I came back up the stairs on the back deck and proceeded to knock on the sliding glass door, or go by the sliding glass door, the window that's by the hot tub, and that was it, because there's no other window access or door access on that top of the deck. Then I proceeded to come back down around, but I did, prior, in the picture itself, I did go in the sliding glass door, knock on that, but I walked around the back side of the house, if you have a picture of that.
Yep, and I think we do in the next photo. So for a frame of reference, the stairs are indicated or pointed out by the red arrow. The next photo is another photograph from States Exhibit 32Q. Do we see those same stairs here on the right?
That is correct.
And is this another photo that shows some of what you did to try to contact people inside the house,
Yeah,
or where
yeah.
you went?
Yes, I went along this back side of the house where you see the water stains, and there's two windows there. I knocked on both of those. And I did not get any movement or sound.
From your multiple attempts knocking at windows such as this and the multiple doors that you knocked
Yep,
on, was
yep.
there any response, any movement, any noises from inside the house?
None. And my main object also was that I was looking for anything security-wise, if anything was broken or unlocked or something like that.
And did you see anything broken, unlocked?
I did not.
So going back to the photo of the back of the house and showing that length of ladder
Yep.
outside the porch and the deck,
Trailer,
and that's going to be for a frame of reference for the next slide.
okay?
And this is a photograph from State's Exhibit 32S, and
Yes.
this is that same ladder against the house.
That is correct.
And what again do you remember doing in this back area of the house that Saturday?
Well, I had walked around that area to go to check the sliding glass door, the back windows, and the upper deck entrance.
With respect, you see a carpet remnant, it looks like, or a piece of rug right here that I'm
Yes.
pointing out with the laser pointer? Mm-hmm. Do you recall seeing anything else in that area along with this rug or carpet remnant?
I did see some things, but it was basically, I saw the carpet in the snow, and then I got reminded when we were on,
Well,
Oh, well-
it's what you remember
right.
sitting
now
here
I-
today,
Now
sir.
I do remember, I did not remember, I only remember the carpet in the snow at this time when I walked by.
And showing you two other photographs from State's Exhibit 32S. Do you remember seeing any other objects or items in this back area?
I saw a lot of things that they have to go through, they're sorting out, it looks like.
With respect to the carpet remnant and the other debris that you saw in this area, did you search through them at all as part of your security sweep?
No,
Did you move any of the items that you saw in this back area?
no, I did not.
So you talked before about how you had been in communication by cell phone with both Christine Sullivan and Dean Smoronk. We're next going to go into some communications, and Judge, this might be a good time to take the morning recess.
So it's 11:15, we'll take a break till 11:30, and then we'll work till about 12:15 or maybe a little bit later. All right, thank you. You can bring in the jury. Jury's going to come right through that door. You might want to stand this way a little bit so you don't get hit. That's good.
Please remain standing, Jerry Anthony. Please be seated.
Go ahead and have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
And then Attorney Hinckley, when you're ready to resume.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Parker, I now want to review with you various communications between your cell phone and the cell phone with numbers corresponding to Christine Sullivan and Dean Smoronk. The various communications that we're going to go over, you've reviewed these communications before?
Yes.
And from the content and the context of those communications, do you recognize them as communications between you and Ms. Sullivan and you and Dean Smoronk?
That is correct.
So the first of those communications are going to be 3 text messages, and they're going to be from Thursday, January 26th. And let me first read them, and then I'll have some follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
So first is Christine Sullivan's cell phone to your cell phone. Is it possible to drop off that compositor off for me today? And then your cell phone to her cell phone. I cannot until tomorrow. Will try to work from. And then her cell phone to yours, K. Do you recall having this text message exchange with Ms. Sullivan?
Yes.
And what is this text message exchange about?
So the compositor is actually a computer, and I use every once in a while, because I worked in the networking, I would fix their computers or find an issue or get into the computer and take out things they wanted to save. And then the next one was, I cannot until tomorrow, we'll work on it from probably home when I get out of work.
And I cannot until tomorrow, that you're referring to Friday?
Yes, I could not work on it until I got, like, work from home or something.
So now let's go to communications from that Friday, January 27th.
Okay.
And again, I'm going to read them first, and then I'll have some follow-up questions. And I'm going to read first the 5 text messages at the top. So first, we have you to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone, working on a plan. And then you, and all these are from you to Ms. Sullivan.
Yes.
Then I am putting together some items to bring to. And then if you give me time to load in trailer, and then can you call me, 603-948-6775, and then your last text message to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone, 6776 at 11:27 a.m. on Friday. So looking at the first text message, which is indicated by the red arrow, working on a plan. What are you referring to in this text message that you sent to Ms. Sullivan?
So I was working on with the friends that lost their house, an agenda so I could get to their house when they're available and get the items either out of the house or out of the backyard or in their storage area. So I was working on setting up a calendar time event or time of day event.
And I think you explained before the morning recess that one of the things that Christine Sullivan did is she was kind of a reseller of home goods?
Yes.
The very next text message, the items. I am putting together some items to bring to, again, what are you referring to here?
So I was basically saying I'm putting some stuff in the trailer, and then in order to bring them to, like, you, I just needed, that's, I was communicating an updated status of what I was doing.
And I'm bringing to, this would be 2 Meterborough Road?
Yes. That means I was packing at that time.
The telephone number ending 6776, that again was your cell phone number at the time?
That is correct.
So you had texted Ms. Sullivan at about 11:27 a.m., can you call me, and you provided her with your cell phone number. Did anyone respond to those text messages that you sent to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone?
No one responded.
The last communication on this slide is a call that's sent from your cell phone to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone at 11:29 a.m. that Friday morning. Did you speak with Ms. Sullivan at all that Friday morning?
I did not.
Did anyone answer her cell phone when you called it?
No one did.
Moving on to additional cell phone communications from that same Friday, January 27th. So let me read the communications on this slide, and then I'll have follow-up questions. And they're all communications from you to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone. We start at 12:32 p.m., Chris, and then we have a call that lasts 5 seconds, and then 12:40 p.m., hello, and then 2:26 p.m., a call, and then 3:30 p.m., another call. If you can explain these series of communications from you to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone, starting at about 12:30 p.m. on Friday?
Yes, I was continuously trying to reach her because I just want to make sure she would be available to help me either get, so I was just trying to reach out to her several times, and that's what I did.
Did you ever receive a return call from Ms. Sullivan?
I did not.
Did anyone answer Ms. Sullivan's cell phone when you called that phone these multiple times on Friday?
No.
Did Ms. Sullivan ever get back to you through some other means, such as Facebook Messenger or any other way?
I never heard from her.
In that earlier, one of the earlier text messages that we reviewed, you wrote about bringing items to Meterborough Road, and you did do that on Friday?
Yes, I did.
And that was a trip you testified before the break to drop off some items from the displaced family?
Yes.
And again, did you see anyone inside or outside or hear anyone inside the house when you went there to drop off items on Friday?
I did not.
Let's go through later communications that same Friday, January 27th, between your cell phone and now the cell phone belonging to Dean Smoronk. And here we've ended at an attempted call that you made to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone at 3:10 p.m. on Friday, the 27th.
Yes.
Going to the next slide, we have a call lasting about 7 seconds, your cell phone to Dean Smoronk at 3:11. Then we have a call, your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone at 3:16. And then we have a call, Dean Smoronk's cell phone to your cell phone at about, I think that's 3:17 p.m.?
5:17.
I'm sorry, 5:17 p.m., about 54 seconds. Did you actually speak to Dean Smoronk that Friday by cell phone?
The first two were attempts in a voicemail, and then the last one was he called me back.
And when Dean Smoronk called you back, did he actually speak to you on the cell phone?
Yes,
And did you recognize the voice on the cell phone as being Dean Smoronk's voice?
I did.
And do you recall what the conversation with Dean Smoronk that Friday was about?
Yes.
And what was it about?
I'm sorry. I made it clear to him, I discussed with him that the original plan was with Christine, that I was going to bring some items there, and that I was unable to reach her, both texting and calling, and that while I was gone there, I would like to have this stuff unloaded there, because Christine was going to do the work, the assignment stuff, and I wanted to not just lug it back down the same road back to where my house is, which is past the person that was the family that was displaced.
So now we're going to go on to the next day, which is Saturday, January 28th. And the next communications that we're going to go through are communications between your cell phone and both those of Ms. Sullivan and Dean Smoronk. We're going to start with the first four entries that we see here today. And it begins at 11:34 a.m., a call from your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone. And then 11:35 a.m., a call from your cell phone to Christine Sullivan's cell phone. And then a call from your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone at 11:52. And then we have at 11:58 a.m., a call from Dean Smoronk's cell phone to your cell phone, which lasts 443 seconds. First, with respect to the call, your cell phone to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone, again, did you speak to Ms. Sullivan that Saturday morning?
I did not.
Did you have any communications with her that Saturday morning?
I did not.
Did anyone answer her cell phone when you called it that Saturday morning?
Nobody did. No.
We saw from previous slides that you had made multiple calls and text messages to Ms. Sullivan's cell phone on Friday. Did all of those calls and text messages from Friday go unanswered?
Yes.
From that Friday morning, January 27th, did you ever receive any response or communications at all from Ms. Sullivan?
I never heard from her.
With respect to the last communication here, going back to a previous slide, are these the last communications you ever had with Ms. Sullivan?
It is.
That Saturday, just before noon, records indicate that your cell phone placed 2 calls to Dean Smoronk's cell phone. And about noontime, a call was placed from his cell phone to yours, and it indicates 443 seconds, which is about 8 minutes. Did you actually speak with Dean Smoronk?
Yes,
And once again, did you recognize his voice on that telephone call?
I did.
And what was the subject of that call between you and Dean Smoronk at about noon on Saturday?
This one of the recall was that he would ask me if I was would be willing to go to his place of residence here in Farmington while he was in Cape Coral and to do a security check, which I normally have done.
And was that the call that actually prompted you to go to the house that Saturday?
Yes,
Was that the first time that Dean Smoronk had asked you to go to the house that weekend?
that weekend, yes.
You talked about previous times he had asked you to do security checks, but this particular weekend, the first time he ever asked you to do that was that call on Saturday
Correct.
Afternoon.
That is correct.
Let's go on to the very next series of communications. Let me read them first, and then I'll have some follow-up. We have 12:18 p.m., thanks, update. Is that a reference to the last text message here about a new number?
No, that was on the reference of, can I go back to it, please, just so I can look at it?
Yes.
So that was where I was already at the house. I said, thanks, and then I said, here's an update, basically, and then I would immediately came back with the following text.
Thank you for correcting me. So let me go through these, and I will have some follow-up questions. So
Okay.
12:18 p.m., thanks, update. And these are all your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's
Correct.
cell phone. Then someone was here as boxes on back's deck are open, a rug is spread out, then nobody answering doors, and then at 12:20 p.m., we have photos sent from your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's, 3 of them, photos 1A through C. As to these first 3 communications, these are all texts that you sent to Dean Smoronk's cell phone?
That is correct.
And where were you generally when you sent these text messages to Dean Smoronk's cell phone at about noon on Saturday?
So basically, I was up in the front, by the front door or in the 3-season porch, because the one was nobody answering the door, so I at least hit the front door at the top of the stairs when I first come up, and then I went into the 3-season porch, and there's a sliding glass door, and I knocked on that too. And then you want me to continue? And then the boxes there were, because they were spread out, there was lids and stuff open, there's a light on, and it looked like somebody may have been working on a table there or cleaned it off or something, or stained it.
And we'll get to those, the details a little later, but generally you were at the Meterboro house while you were sending these text messages?
That is correct.
And were you also taking photos with your cell phone?
Yes.
Of what you were looking at as you were looking around the house?
Yes.
And with respect to the times that are indicated on these communications, which again is a little past noon on Saturday, the 28th, is that about when you remember being at the house that particular day?
Yes.
The next slide, I want to talk to you a little bit about timing. So the approximate 8-minute call, Dean Smoronk to you, which in substance he asked you to go to the house and do the security check, that's at 11:58 a.m. And then your first text message to him from the house is about 12:18 p.m., which is about, if it's 8 minutes adding to 11:58, so now we're at 12:06. So it's about 12 minutes between the time you get off the phone with Mr. Smoronk and when you're at the house. Can you explain how you're able to get to the house so fast?
So basically, I do a lot of when I go on chores, I go and run to the stores, and I was actually at Tractor Supply, which is fairly close to Farmington anyway, on the border. So basically, or it is Farmington one. So I was going there, and I left there, and then I proceeded to Farmington, so the house, so it's not that far away.
Going back to the red arrows, again, this thanks update was a text message that you sent regarding that you're basically at the Meterboro house?
Yes. And then I was given an update while I was there. Correct.
So turning to the next of those text messages at 12:19, and also we have on the screen States Exhibit, one of the photos from States Exhibit 32Q, which is the back area of the house. So you wrote, someone was here as boxes on back's deck are open, a rug is spread out.
Yep.
What area are you referring to in that text message?
So up above on the three-season porch, where, right
Am I
there.
pointing it
that's-
out with the
yes,
laser pointer?
That is there, yes. So that, when you come in the side, that was where the boxes were, and the sliding glass door was right there, and that's where the boxes were in that three-season porch.
And with
Probably
res-
keep out of the weather.
And with respect to a rug is spread out, are we again talking about this three-season porch
Yeah,
area?
there's a carpet that was on the deck. That was not a common one.
Turning to another text message that you sent at 12:19. Nobody answering doors. What are you referring to there? What
So-
doors are you referring to?
So in this house, on the side of the house facing from the shed facing the building, there was a door at the top of the stairs. And then the other one is this door that comes into the three-season porch right there. There's that door, you come inside, there's a sliding glass door approximately halfway or midway.
And again, did you hear any activity in the house, see any activity in the house when you were knocking on these various doors?
I did not.
Continuing with additional text messages from your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone that early Saturday afternoon, let me first read these four, and then I'll have follow-up questions for you.
Yep.
The first one is not a text communication, it's a photo, and that's at 12:23 p.m. And then we have a text from you to Dean Smoronk, 12:23, cleared ice of most of deck, that noise should have wakened most people. And then a text, you to Dean Smoronk's cell phone, smell paint in garage. And then the last text message at 12:24 p.m., not like this yesterday, again, a text message from you to Dean Smoronk. And are these other text messages that you're sending to Dean Smoronk, again, as you're going through the house or
Yeah.
around the house doing this security sweep?
Yes, I pretty much had left the tour of the house at that point, and when I was texting the cleared ice on most of deck, that noise should have wakened most people. I was giving that I'm pretty loud and not quiet. And then the next one, if you want me to.
And we'll actually be going through those. So
Okay.
actually, before you answer, let's go through additional slides and photos.
Okay?
Text message sent at 12:23 p.m. On the slide as well is a photo from States Exhibit 32F.
Yes.
So cleared ice of most of deck. What deck are you referring to here?
So where the circle is, right above there on that deck, there was solid ice all the way around the corner from the storm door over to the door into the three-season porch. So what I basically did was I was stomping on the deck itself to break the ice and push it over the side. So that, safety-wise, I was right.
And you say that noise should have woken most people. You're referring to the
was
noise
pretty
you were
loud.
making as you were clearing the ice?
Yes, it was pretty loud.
And again, any responses from in the house while you were making all that racket?
Nothing.
Next are the two text messages that you sent at 12:24 p.m. And also on the screen is a photo from States Exhibit 32D. So what are you texting about? Smell paint in garage.
So as I left the backside of the house, of the upper deck, on the backside where the hot tub was, I came around and walked up to that, with the slant of the garage door, to the right of the garage door, there's an entrance there. And when I had finally got in there, I could smell like somebody had spray painted something. It was pretty fresh. Well, sorry, it was just spray paint.
When you say you got into the garage, how were you able to access that garage if you didn't have any keys?
So when I first came around the corner, couldn't get into the door, so I came walking forward to this way, and I found a license plate on the ground. I proceeded to pick that up and turn and look. I do recall at that point, I looked at the car that was there in the driveway, not thinking who it was, and the plate didn't match it. So I turned around and looked at the garage doors, and all the windows were spray painted from the inside green I walked back to the door, and I pushed it a little harder, and got inside the door.
With respect to seeing a license plate in front of the garage, am
Yes.
I indicating the general area?
Yes, you are, right there, yeah, within a few feet of that door.
And you're also, you referred to a car. Are we going to see that car that you're referring to in in a photo?
Okay?
In a photo that you actually took?
Yes.
With respect to the other text message that you sent to Dean Smoronk at 12:24 PM, not like this yesterday, what are you referring to?
So I'm not a paint person. I mean, I know I spray paint things before here and there, and you always have mist in the air for a while. And it smelled like it was not like done yesterday, it was done like today, but I'm not a specialist. I'm just trying to sell that they smell it in the air when you paint some rooms.
The day before that, Friday, where you dropped off items in the shed, did you ever enter the detached garage?
No, I did not.
Continuing with text communications that you sent to Dean Smoronk while you were at the residence at Meterborough Road. Again, let me first go through them, and then I'll have some follow-up questions. Begins at 12:24 PM, which is the same time as the last two text messages we saw. Did you paint your garage windows? And then we have another photo that you send at 12:25 PM. 12:26 PM, someone attempted to lock garage door but not close it fully, and then another photo. And then at 12:26 PM, we have a call your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone, about 1150 seconds. Reviewing first what you wrote, and also on the screen are photos from State's Exhibit 32D. Did you paint your garage windows? Again, what windows are you talking about?
So if you look at the front 8 windows on the garage doors, those windows, as well as if you look around all the garage, such as this side door on the right picture, all those windows in that area were all spray painted green.
And why were you asking Dean Smoronk whether he painted the garage windows?
Dean is very particular on his painting, and these windows were runny paints that was runs, so I was being kind of wise.
You also say someone attempted to lock garage door but not close it fully. What garage door, again, are you referring to?
So the side entrance, which is where the bank of snow is in front of, right there, that one there, that's when I tried to push in the first time, just slightly, and then the second time, I gave it a little, and it went open.
And what do you remember seeing inside the garage?
So the first thing I saw was a car that was sitting there, and I kind of looked and see if the plate was missing from it or not. I don't recall if I looked at the front or the back. It looked like it was a front panel one, but I think it was close to the garage door. And then I walked into the garage, and there was a car there, and then I noticed and took pictures of various places in the garage of all the windows that were basically painted green, like spray paint fast, runny, well, I'm assuming that.
And what did you notice, if anything, about the odor in the garage?
Yes, that's when I said that when you normally paint your own room or something in your own house or stain something, that the odor will linger for pretty fresh for that day versus a few days later.
The next communication on your phone is that call lasting about 1150 seconds, which is about 20 minutes. Your
Yep.
cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone.
Yes,
Who were you on the phone with?
I'm with Dean.
And did you once again recognize it being Dean Smoronk's voice that was on the phone with you for about 20 minutes?
I did.
And did you place this call while you were at the residence or after you left the residence, if you remember?
I believe that I called while I was there because, yes, I did do it when I was there, yes.
And what do you recall talking with Dean Smoronk about on this phone call?
I was talking about all the different things that I have seen, as in the windows painted, which I just sent him photos of. I sent him photos of different things, but knowing that he couldn't look at the photos at the time from my past experiences, that he has a flip phone, and that takes hours to download versus regular, some type of phone or computer. And then I kind of walked through saying what I saw, and then he asked me at that point to check the car that was parked in the driveway on the side, that was Christine's, and see if it was locked or not locked, and he had me check the doors.
And did you?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember?
I trusted most of the doors. Pretty much, you can see the lock was locked. So, and I did not see, there was no way, the door would not open.
Do you remember also during that conversation, Dean Smoronk talking to you about Ms. Sullivan?
Yes. Well, what happened was at one point, he mentioned, have you seen Christine? And I asked him, I basically was upset, saying, if you're looking for her, why didn't you say something instead of have me do this little runaround, if that's what you were trying to do? And then he said, what do you think I should do? And I go, I don't know her friends, and I don't know your friends. You need to reach out to them and find them. And then he asked me what I was doing now, and I said I was heading back to Tractor Supply to finish my job, shopping.
Okay. Next, turning to communications indicated by cell phone company records. And we're going to the next day, which is Sunday, January 29th.
Yep.
And let me first go through them, and I'll have, again, some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The first is a text message, you to Ms. Sullivan's phone at 12:38, I believe, p.m. You there, and then your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone at 12:49 p.m. So any luck reaching anyone. And then another text message, your cell phone to Dean Smoronk's cell phone, no calls, I am home. So with respect to the text message to Christine Sullivan's cell phone, you there, why did you send that text message?
Concerned, checking on her, see if she's out there. Maybe her phone died, and then she charged it back up and maybe didn't catch up to texts.
Did you get any response from her?
I did not.
Nothing like all day Friday and Saturday?
Correct.
The last two text messages you sent to Dean Smoronk's cell phone, what were these text messages about?
Basically saying, reaching anyone, did anybody have any contact with her, trying to, being concerned, seeing if anybody's out there that knows where she is. She could have hung out somewhere, house or something.
So, Mr. Parker, the last topic that I want to discuss with you are the actual photos that you sent to Dean Smoronk by cell phone that Saturday afternoon while you're at the house on Meterborough Road. And these, the 6 photos are actually...
You were doing one before that, weren't you? I'm sorry.
I actually forgot to pull those. I'm showing you States Exhibit 46A and 46B.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Parker, you recognize those photos, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And are those photos that you sent to Dean Smoronk using your cell phone that Saturday afternoon while you're at the house?
That is it. Yes, I did.
So let's go through the photos, and we're going to put them on the screen. And we're going to start with the 3 photos that you sent at 12:20 p.m. And the photos are on the lower left corner of the slide, and they're going to be enlarged on the next slide. And again, these photos and the other photos that we're going to be showing, how did you take those again?
I did them with my cell phone right inside the storm, the 3-season porch with, yes, I took them with my cell phone.
And the area that we're looking at for these 3 photos, what area of the house is that?
So the first one facing the carpet was pretty much as you walk into the 3-season.
We'll get to details in a second. Just generally, what room are we talking about?
3-season porch.
So going back to a photo that we've seen before from 32D, the back of the house.
Yes.
So we're talking about this area that's highlighted in yellow?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually enter this enclosed porch in order to take these photos?
Yes.
And what door did you use to enter the enclosed porch?
On the middle picture of the storm door right there.
And is that the door that's closest to the driveway?
That is correct.
Was this door locked?
No.
The other side door to the side of the porch with the hot tub, is it depicted in any of these photographs?
It would be, let me see, on the bottom, on this right picture, to the far right, looks like the slide needs to go over left, but it's on the right, this area right here.
And actually, I see that some of the photos are cut off,
Sorry.
so I'm going to
I
actually
can point to it.
adjust this so we see the entirety of all the photos.
So you see the blue remnant rug, or I think it's blue, on the right side of the third picture on the right, about a third of the way down. That's where the sliding door is, to the hot tub.
Right here?
Yes.
The next slide is going to be an enlargement of the area by the door, by the hot tub that you photographed that Saturday afternoon, this photograph that you took on the far right.
Yep.
There's an area that's highlighted in red, and that's been enlarged off to the right. First, this door right here, do you recall what kind of door this is that leads to the hot tub area?
That is a sliding door, and that side of the door is the one that slides. It slides, the other part of that door slides.
And can you make out what this purple or pink colored item here is in the deck outside
I
the
would only
porch
get-
that's indicated by the red arrow?
I would only guess at it as a lid to a container.
Returning to the photos that you took while inside the porch that Saturday afternoon, can someone gain access to the actual house using this porch?
They could if they had, if the sliding glass door was unlocked.
And the sliding glass door that you're talking about, the jurors have seen photographs of it, but it's not photographed here, right?
Right. I don't see it here, no.
And did you try to access the actual house through that sliding glass door?
I did pull on that storm door, that sliding glass door.
And Mr. Parker, why did you take these particular photographs and send them to Dean Smoronk?
I was showing that it looked like there was some activity at the house and that these things, which is in my previous, one of my text messages said that there was open containers as well as the rug remnant, or rug piece that was there.
Were the various items seen by you as they're seen in this photograph, or did you move anything on the porch or rearrange items on the porch?
Nope, they were like that.
We previously reviewed some text messages and you referenced seeing a rug and also some boxes.
Correct.
The rug and the boxes, are they photographed in the pictures that you took and sent to Dean Smoronk?
In all three pictures, you'll see the rug piece. That's a full-size, like a 5 and 9 or whatever. And then the open containers are the bins and with the lids open on the floor.
Turning next to a photo that you sent to Dean Smorank's cell phone, and this one is at 12:23 p.m. The actual photo that you took is on the lower left. It's going to be enlarged on the next slide.
Okay?
Where did you take this photograph from, Mr. Parker?
So on the three-season porch view, on the deck that enters into the storm door, into that three-season porch, I walked to the railing right there, and there was the car there.
And this car is the car that you photographed?
Yes.
And was it there as we see it when you arrived there that Saturday?
Yes.
You testified that you saw a license plate on the ground. I believe it was off to the left of this car.
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not this car had both of its license plates, if you remember?
I believe this one did have, it does have, it looks like it does, but I believe this one did. That's what made me look back to the garage and say, what's this going to?
Did you see any other cars in the driveway while you were at the house that Saturday?
No.
And why did you take this particular photograph and send it off to Dean Smoronk?
He asked if, he had asked if anybody, I just want to take a picture, and he asked if there was another vehicle there, and I said, yes. But he wasn't, he said, is it Christine's? And I go, I don't know, because I don't recall what she drove with it.
Moving on to the remaining two photos that you took and sent to Dean Smorank's cell phone on Saturday, January 28th. We have photographs that you sent at 12:25 p.m. and 12:26 p.m. Those photographs are again on the lower left, and
Yes.
they're going to be enlarged on the next slide. And what building is this, these photographs of?
So this is the garage, the two-bay garage door, two-bay garage with a door to the far left that you entered into.
And going back to a previous slide, I believe this again is 32C. Again, it's this garage that we're looking at
Yes,
the
two
center
garage-
here.
Yes, the two garage doors and the one, yes.
Were you inside the garage when you took these two photos?
Yes, I did. Yes, it was.
You talked about seeing a license plate outside and that you saw cars inside the garage. Do we see those cars in these photos?
I do.
And was it unusual for there to be cars in the garage based on your prior?
The 68 Cadillac has always been there, but the other cars really are pretty much, we've worked on different things, tractors or something else in there.
And the 68 Cadillac is the white car to the right?
Yeah, that's right.
And again, when you entered the garage, you smelled what appeared to be this odor of fresh paint?
Yes.
And what parts of the garage were painted that you saw?
So if you see the windows and the garage doors, you'll see all those were spray painted, not really well.
And what color?
Green.
These and the other photographs that we've just gone through, are those all the photographs that you took while you were at the Meterboro residence that Saturday afternoon?
I don't know if I believe I took other pictures, but I'm not sure of that time, this time.
Did you send all the photos that you took to Dean Smoronk's cell phone that same afternoon that you took them?
Yes, whatever I took for pictures, I sent to him.
And several days after you took these photos, as well as the other 4 that we've been reviewing, did you allow investigators to access your cell phone and extract these photos as well as other data from your cell phone?
Yes, yes.
One moment.
Yes.
Thank you. I
Okay.
have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Morning.
Just want to ask you some questions about your knowledge of Christine and Dean's relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So you had known Dean for a long time.
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours at work,
Yep,
and you stayed in touch over the years,
that's correct.
and you had common interest in electronic stuff.
Yep, networking, et cetera,
You
yes.
had common interest in cars.
Yep, yes,
In fact, you worked in that garage before.
yes.
You've been in that garage many times.
Yep, yep.
So what was your understanding of Dean's and Christine's relationship at the time, in that time, January 2017?
Okay, so I know that they basically were on and off relationship many, many, many times, and that was just more of a event that it was just going back and forth. And I knew that they had other extracurricular activities, but it didn't matter, they were just friends.
Who would you hear from as far as where their relationship was going? Was it from Christine,
It could be-
Dean, or both?
It could be both, because it's like just staying in touch with friends, you reach out, say, how you doing, how's it going, I haven't seen you for a while, and that's how it usually is with myself, saying, hey, what's going on?
So it looks like on Friday, you went to the property,
Yes,
and just so that the jurors understand, did you go to the property after you talked to Dean and he said okay, or did you go before?
I was already planned on going there, because I spent quite a long time filling the trailer up with everything from bird cages, et cetera, and I needed somebody to help me unload them, or a place to unload them, because I wanted them to be out of the weather. Because if they stayed in the trailer, I would have to put a tarp on, and I think that would have been disrespectful to the people that own their property, that it would get ruined with the weather or something.
Okay, so just make sure I understand. So it sounds like you dropped off the materials and then had a conversation with Dean.
I filled the trailer with the materials, the items, and then I brought it there, because my plan was to bring it there, and then I talked to him once I got there, because I didn't hear from her. I wanted to verify that it was okay, that since nobody answered, that I could put him somewhere, and I thought a viable place would be the shed, which was enclosed, the wood shed that was enclosed, would cover the...
And so you got Dean's permission
Yes, on the phone.
on Friday afternoon
Yes,
on the cell phone.
yes.
And while you were on the cell phone to get his permission, he did say, can you check to see if Christine is there?
Nope.
So I just want to make sure I understand what happened on Friday, where you went, so forth.
Sure.
And throw up the same picture?
Yep, no, that's fine.
All right, so that's a picture of the garage, right?
Yes, it is.
That's what you see when you drive up or back up to the garage.
Correct.
And depending on the time of day, the sun's shining right on it.
Yep.
And you can even see the green windows from this picture.
Yes, more of if you're looking at it for it, because I would never normally look for it. I would never normally look at the windows to see that color. It could be the background's green or whatever, so.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't, it's possible you just didn't notice on Friday?
Correct.
Well, what about this, though? Did you say that could we have a picture showing the steps that he walked up? It was 30.
To the front door.
Okay. All right. While we're getting the right picture
Sure.
of that, so across from the front of the garage is the house, the side
Yes.
of the house?
Yes, where the deck is.
And the ground level entrance is about there?
Yes.
You have to sort of go in that way?
I went in, when you first pull up the driveway, the immediate stairs there, and to the front, the door is right there with the storm door. That's as far as I went there, and then I came back down the stairs and then unloaded in the trailer.
So when you come back downstairs, you're looking right at the garage?
No, you're not facing the garage, you're facing the opposite way. You're facing the main road.
That's right, you are, when you're going down the stairs.
Yes.
So the garage is right there to your right.
So if I'm going, so if, I'm trying to
That's why
explain.
we need a picture.
Yeah, the picture is like,
We'll get
like,
you one. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit F.
okay.
Does that show the shared staircase that you went up on the side of the house?
Yes, on the far left.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
I'm also going to show you Exhibit A. Oh, no, that's the wrong picture. Attorney McNicoll, you showed the slide, okay, is that's also another angle?
That is
of the
correct.
Steps that you went up?
Yes.
You went up to the steps and you knocked down that first doorway in front of the chimney?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you go around?
No.
Back?
No, I just went to that door. I knocked on the very first door.
And then you went down the steps?
Back down this way. So on the way up the stairs, you can't see the garage at all because it's all blocked with the decking. And then on the way back down, you're facing the main road, so you don't see it. It's the only time I did it if I walked to my car, which is parked right there by the shed. And if I don't see cars there, I suspect that nobody's there anyway because nobody usually parks in the garage.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, you went over the house and you had plans with Christine that you were stopping by.
Yes,
And you had texted Christine many times that day to try to reach her or call her.
that is correct.
You had no response from her.
That is correct.
And you simply went up the steps, knocked on the door, and walked back down, no curiosity whatsoever.
I did wonder where she was because I did check with her later, as well as the next day or following days.
You had been to the property at least 15 times for a security check.
Oh, yes, at least.
Dean would call you, say, hey, walk around my property.
Yep.
And the idea of security is to make sure everything checks out.
Yeah, pretty much like the house is on fire, there's no broken windows, doors aren't unlocked, there's nothing destroyed, or it looks like somebody broke in, and the garage itself is intact.
And you walked around that property because Dean asked you to walk around.
On Saturday, yes.
And when he asked you to walk around, he didn't mention that he was looking for Christine?
He did not until at the end, when I was all done my check after the garage with the spray paint and the plate on the ground, and I was walking back And then he asked me as I was completely done, because I didn't see anything out of I didn't suspect anything other than why is the windows all painted in there? And that was, as far as my concern, that was not my business about why they were painted. So I didn't care. I was not there to check for Christine until he said something, and that was it.
And that's when you wanted to leave.
No, I was all done with what he asked me to do. I was more bothered that he asked me about something when he could have started at the first and said, hey, do you mind going and check out and see if she's all right? Then I would have gone and look for that.
And you didn't call 911 at that time?
Nothing to do with me. I was on a security check, and I don't know what's going on because I didn't know he was looking for her. I didn't reach her when I was dropping off my items, and that was my thing. I was trying to help out a family that lost their house.
So, make sure I understand, so on Friday, you talked to Dean.
Yes.
You talked to Dean in mid to late afternoon.
Yes, I'd have to look at the time frame, but yes.
Dean didn't say anything about trying to find Christine.
No. And the text shows that I just had it.
That was a yes or no?
No,
I know rules are hard.
sorry.
And could you, again, tell us where you found the license plate?
Where the first, see where the cement is, coming out the right garage door? In front of that, there's a bunch of snow. A little further up, about a third of that way.
So can you see the location? You see the location? Is it in
So-
front of the
See the-
garage door where it's clear?
So you see the cement, and then in front of that, where the snow is, a little further up, and it's actually right almost even, or a little bit even to the right with a car, you can see the license plate in the front of her car.
Absolutely. And you didn't notice that license plate on Friday, right?
No, because I didn't go down there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No. May this witness be released.
All right, sir, you may step down.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You want to take?
You can just leave that right
Okay,
there.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, at this time, we'll take our lunch break until 1:15. Please leave your notebooks behind. Thank you. What will be on this afternoon?
So Judge, it's the recorded testimony of Mr. Clough, which again is 2 hours and 4 minutes long. There is a break between direct and cross about an hour into it, so that could be a natural place for the afternoon break. But we would finish up early today, around 3:30 or so. We have one remaining witness, that's Ms. Staples. Her direct examination is about an hour and 15 minutes. So we anticipate that we would rest tomorrow before lunch.
Okay. All right, and I suppose, go ahead and have a seat. I suppose we should, what's happening with Mr. Pelletier? I did see an email this morning that Attorney Newman sent, I think to the two of you. He also sent it to the clerk,
Right.
who shared it with me. Do you know what your intention is with Mr. Pelletier tomorrow morning?
I need to discuss it a little bit more with Attorney McNicoll, but my sense is that we may not call him.
Okay. All right, well, do you think you'll know by the end of the day today, so we can call off the transport? But
I will
there's no
definitely
pressure, and it's,
I will let the court know
Yeah,
at the end
it,
of the day.
honestly, it's not that big of a deal. If we bring him over here and you still decide not to call him, then we'll just bring him back.
Right.
I don't want you to feel any pressure to have an answer today. Okay? All right. Good, we'll see you at 1:15. All set? Defense all set for the jury?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead and bring them in.
Please remain standing. Jury entering. Please be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while you're getting situated, the next bit of evidence is the testimony of a witness, Steven Clough. You may recall earlier in the trial there was some testimony that Mr. Clough has since passed away. This testimony is his prior recorded testimony at the first trial. You'll be hearing this testimony on the audio. A couple of things to note. The audio disc itself will be marked as an exhibit for identification only, which means you will not have that disc with you in the jury room. So what you are listening to is the evidence in the case, so please pay careful attention to it. You may also notice from time to time that the audio may appear to skip as if it has been redacted. There are certain portions that have been redacted. You are not to speculate in any way as to why or what those redactions may contain. All right? Anything further by way of instruction, State? No. All right, thank you. Go ahead. And my understanding is that the testimony is a little over 2 hours long. There's about a natural break after 1 hour, so that's when we'll take our afternoon break.
During that time frame, did you know Christine Sullivan? Yes. Would you say you were friends with Christine? Good morning, sir.
All right.
Would you prefer to be addressed as Mr. Clough, Steve? What makes you most comfortable? So, Mr. Clough, I'd like to direct your attention to the winter of 2016 into 2017. During that time frame, did you know Christine Sullivan? Yes, I did. Would you say you were friends with Christine? Yes. Why would you say that? Because we were friends. During that same time frame, did you know Dean Smoronk? Yes. Would you say you were friends with Dean Smoronk? Maybe. I'm not sure what I'd say we're. I wouldn't say we're friends. A little bit maybe, but not 100%. How would you characterize your relationship with Dean Smoronk at that time frame?
All right, if you could pause for just a moment. So I think a number of jurors are having difficulty, my guess is, hearing the answers.
Correct.
Is there any, and are you able to hear the answers okay? You have a transcript probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, why don't you come up for a moment?
That's why I would consider not really in front of
Okay, so can you start it over? Right, so folks, we're going to try this again. If you do have difficulty hearing or understanding, please raise your hand.
Would you prefer to be addressed as Mr. Clough, Steve, Clough, or something? So, Mr. Clough, I'd like to direct your attention to the winter of 2016 into 2017. During that time frame, did you know Christine Sullivan?
Yes, I did.
Now, would you say you were friends with Christine?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
Because we were friends.
During that same time frame, did you know Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
Would you say you were friends with Dean Smoronk?
Maybe. I'm not sure if I can say we're. I wouldn't say we're friends. A little bit maybe, but not like Christine. I don't know.
How would you characterize your relationship with Dean Smoronk in that time frame?
It was an off-and-on friendship, and he would get upset for maybe no particular reason at times, and not want to speak with me. So that's what I would consider not really a friend unlike Christine.
It's still difficult?
The answers are kind of muffled. Is there anybody who can take transcript?
We're discussing that as we speak. You don't think there's any chance that gets... We can try it a little bit louder and see how it goes?
Was there a business element to your relationship with Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
What was that business element?
Would be buying and selling drugs.
So who would be selling the drugs and who would be buying the drugs?
You could get rid of me, I would be selling, or maybe not him all the time.
Sounds distorted.
Yeah.
His responses are distorted.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to have you retire to the assembly room. This may take a few moments to sort out. I've got a couple of other thoughts I want to run by the attorneys, and we'll get back to you as quickly as we can. Right. So back in the bad old days when we would play things like this, each juror would have a headphone. I take it the AG doesn't still have that kind of technology?
That is long gone, Judge.
Long gone? It would only be about 35 years old now. All right. So I think the only option is to have a transcript put together. Do you have a clean copy of the redacted transcript, either one of you?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have it at least?
I have it on a USB. I just need to print it and make 16 copies.
So I want to do this as quickly and efficiently as possible. I don't mind spending some court resources to do it, and we've got, how many printers do we have? At least 3 that I can think of that are high speed. So we can probably do this fairly quickly. Can I have the thumb drive? We'll print out a copy and then we'll make 16 copies. Do we need any more than 16?
Could we make an extra one for Mr. Verrill?
17 copies? Any final requests?
If I can request one to be marked as court ID 3,
We'll do that.
just because as it's playing, it is coming across a little distorted.
Yep, we will do that. I'll also be giving the jury an instruction that while the transcript is for their guidance, the actual testimony is what's being said. If they detect a difference in the transcript from what they hear on the recording is the evidence, not the transcript, and they will not have the transcript with them in the jury room.
One more point on that. If they are taking notes, they'd be instructed not to take notes from the transcript.
Yeah, it's a good point. Okay, thumb drive.
So I can.
And my tech department's gonna give me a lot of trouble for doing this, but that's all right.
A number of things on this drive, so is there, can I email it to?
Can you just email the transcript to Crystal? And if anybody asks, we weren't here today. All right. All right, Crystal, when you receive that email, could you just let me know, and I'm gonna,
I'm gonna print it up in there.
right, and then see if we can enlist a few people to station at printers and get it done.
Please rise.
You can go ahead and bring in the jury.
So Judge, while the jury's coming again, if this is 2 hours, you want us to just stop at the direct, which will be about 3:40?
That probably makes sense, and then pick it up in the morning. Is that how you'd prefer to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes sense.
All right. But
Go to the jury too, bring them in. Bring them in.
Please remain standing, jury entering. Please be seated.
all right, folks, thanks for your patience. You will see on your chair a copy of the transcript of this recording. That copy does have the redactions on it. So once again, my instruction on the redactions, ignore them. Do not speculate as to what's been redacted or why. Another instruction on transcripts. The evidence in the trial is actually what you hear on the audio. The transcript is only for your assistance in understanding the audio. It is not itself the evidence. The testimony from the audio is the evidence. So, as you're following along, if you note what you believe is an inconsistency between the transcript and the audio, you believe the witness said X, but the transcript says Y, X is the evidence, okay? Another instruction for those of you who are taking notes, you will be required to leave the transcript behind on the chair. You are not going to be having it with you, so do not take notes on the transcript. You will not get them back. Take your notes in your notebook if that's what you're going to do. You might recall that I said that the audio is about 2 hours long, so we're not going to finish it this afternoon. At the end of the day, what we'll probably do is I think the direct is an hour or so. We'll probably rest for the day after the direct and start up tomorrow with the cross-examination on the audio. So just to remind you to leave the transcripts behind on your chair. All right, they are not stapled together. They're only bound together. So as you're going along, try not to drop them because it might take a while to get it back together. All right. Okay, thank you. Let's get started.
Good morning, sir. Would you prefer to be addressed as Mr. Clough, Steve, what makes you most comfortable? So, Mr. Clough, I'd like to direct your attention to the winter of 2016 into 2017. During that time frame, did you know Christine Sullivan?
Yes, I did.
Now, would you say you were friends with Christine?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
Because we were friends.
During that same time frame, did you know Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
Would you say you were friends with Dean Smoronk?
Maybe. I'm not sure if I can say we're. I wouldn't say we're friends. A little bit maybe, but not like us. I don't know.
How would you characterize your relationship with Dean Smoronk in that time frame?
It was an off-and-on type of friendship, and he would get upset for maybe no particular reason at times, and not want to speak with me. So that's why I would consider not really a friend, unlike Christine, who's actually who's trustworthy for me.
Was there a business element to your relationship with Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
What was that business element?
Would be buying and selling drugs.
So who would be selling the drugs and who would be buying the drugs? winter of 2016 into 2017, how much crystal meth would you use?
I never really gauged
Of the half ounce that you would get from Dean, half ounce of crystal meth a couple times a week, would you use some of that half ounce yourself?
Yes.
And then you would sell some of it as well?
Yes.
Approximately what portion of that half ounce would you use for yourself?
I really don't remember. It wasn't really anything I ever gauged, but I don't think that I don't remember.
Would you have to pay Dean for the meth that you would get from him?
Yes.
How much would you pay Dean for half an ounce?
I don't know, $600 maybe. This was a while ago, so I don't know.
But fair to say it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $600?
Yes. Yeah.
And then how much would you be able to, how much would you make from selling a portion of that half ounce that you would sell, approximately?
I don't know, 1,200.
I'm sorry, you say 1,200?
1,200. Yeah, I'm guessing that.
Would it be fair to say that you would approximately make twice as much from your sales as what you had paid to Dean? Is that roughly fair?
Yes.
During that same time frame of winter 2016 into 2017, were you also getting drugs from Christine Sullivan to sell?
It would be one, yeah, it wouldn't be both at the same time. And sometimes, like I said, Dean would be upset and I wouldn't do it. We wouldn't be discussing anything or doing anything together like that. So
So if I could just have you elaborate on that a little bit more. Why would it be sometimes from one of them and sometimes from the other?
because I was shocked sometimes from Dean, and which doesn't necessarily mean that Christine would do it, but later, closer to when things happened, and the murders happened up on me, I was getting it.
Were you getting the same?
Knowledge.
Were you getting the same thing from Christine, crystal meth, or was it a different type of drug? Same thing?
Yes.
In that same time frame, winter of 2016 into 2017, did you know of Timothy Verrill?
Yes.
How did you know Timothy Verrill?
He would be at the house once in a while. I was living there for a while.
And when you say up at the house, I think earlier you said Peterborough Road?
Correct.
That would be 979 Peterborough Road in Farmington?
Yes.
Whose house was that?
That was Dean's house.
Were you aware of any business relationship that Timothy Verrill had with Dean and Christine?
Not any of the details, but if they were going to be around out of state or something like that, then Tim may take care of things if they weren't there.
And when you say take care of things, can you please be specific about what you mean?
Instead of getting something from Dean or Christine, it would be getting something from Tim.
And to be very specific, by something, do you mean crystal meth?
Yes.
Same quantity, about a half an ounce, a couple times a week?
Yes.
You hesitated a little bit.
No, those were approximates. I mean, and it was a long time ago, so it's not like I off like sometime.
Let me phrase it this way then. Was there any significant difference when you would get drugs from Timothy Verrill? Any significant difference in the quantity from what you would get from him and what you would get from Dean and Christine?
Not that I remember, no.
And this was going on in the winter of 2016 into 2017?
Yes.
The time right before Christine was killed?
Yes.
So I want to show you a couple pictures and ask you about the people in these pictures. I could start first with Exhibit 35. screen, and then a picture from Exhibit 35. There's a gentleman who appears to be walking out the door. Is that Dean Smoronk?
Looks like it, yes.
And then let me draw your attention to the bottom two pictures on Exhibit 35, the leftmost one up on the screen. We see an individual in a blue circle on the left side with a blue or purple shirt. Is that Dean Smoronk?
Yes.
What about the individual in the orange circle on the right side of the picture? Do you recognize who that is?
That looks like me.
Is it you?
I believe so.
And then the picture from Exhibit 35 in the bottom right corner
Looks like me as well.
in the orange circle.
Yes.
Is it you?
Yes.
Do you recognize where this picture, what the location is of this picture?
It's kind of dark. Yeah, it's pretty dark. Not sure what it is.
Okay. And going back to the picture in the bottom left corner there, do you recognize the location of that picture?
Yes.
What location is that?
Looks like we'll be next to the house in front of the garage.
When you say the house, specifically which house do you mean?
Dean's house.
So we've talked about you knowing Dean Smoronk. We talked about you knowing Christine Sullivan. We talked about you knowing Timothy Verrill. Would you recognize Timothy Verrill if you saw him?
I think so.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
So I think I did.
Could you just identify her with the clothing he's wearing?
I'm sure.
The record reflect that identification of the defendant?
It does.
Did you also know a woman by the name of Jenna Pellegrini?
I didn't.
Would you say that you were a friend with Jenna? Let me report for the Exhibit 30 now. There's a collection of photographs on this exhibit, and I'd like to blow one of them off. This would be the bottom row, right-hand side. Do you recognize the individual in that picture on the bottom row, right-hand side?
Bottom line, looks like Jenna.
And is that the same picture that's on the screen displayed here?
Yes.
Is that Jenna Pellegrini?
As far as I can tell, yes.
And let me also report for the Exhibit 30U. Mr. Clough, do you see a collection of 8 pictures on Exhibit 30U?
Yes.
And there's a single woman present in each of those 8 pictures, correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize who that woman is?
That looks like Jenna. Those are dark as well.
When you say they're dark, you mean the lighting of the pictures are dark?
Yeah, pictures aren't very good.
And let me draw your attention to the screen. The image on the screen, one of the images from Exhibit 30U.
I'm sorry, is it what?
Is this one of the images from the exhibit that's in front of you, 30U?
Yes.
I believe it should be the top row right-hand side, correct?
Right.
Is that woman circled in green? Is that Jenna Pellegrini?
Looks like it to me.
And then one more set of exhibits I'd like to show you, 45A, B, and C. If I can show you the battery exhibits, just have you take a look at all 3 of them. So starting with Exhibit 45A, there's 3 photographs on this exhibit. Do you recognize the woman depicted in these photographs?
So Jenna.
In Exhibit 35B, there's There's 3 photographs depicting a woman. Do you recognize her?
So, Jenna?
And then finally, Exhibit 45C, there's 2 photographs depicting a woman. Do you recognize her?
Yes.
Who's that?
So, Jenna?
Jenna Pellegrini. So let's remain focused on that time frame of the winter of 2016 into 2017, just before Christine and Jenna were killed. Were you helping Christine do anything during that time period?
Yes.
What were you helping her do?
House cleanouts and that sort of stuff.
Were you also helping her move stuff out of her own house at 979 Peterborough Road?
Yeah.
Approximately when was it that you were helping her move her own stuff out of that house?
When they were just a week before they were killed.
And where was it that you were moving her stuff from 979 Peterborough Road to?
To storage or something.
I want to approach with Exhibit 03. Mr. Clough, I'm showing you Exhibit 03. This is a picture that you looked at before, correct?
Yes.
Do you know, I'm showing Exhibit 03 on the screen. Do you know, Mr. Clough, when this picture was taken?
Not exactly. If I thought glasses, I might be able to read the date on receipt. But U-Haul.
And we'll talk about the date on the receipt, but this specific picture that we're looking at, do you know when it was taken?
No, I guess when the state police searched my house, because it looks like a big carbon in the basement.
So, let me ask you about that. There was a time, not long after Christine and Jenna were killed, when the state police did search your house, correct? And would it surprise you if I told you that this picture was from when they searched your house?
No.
Okay, so let's talk about what's contained in the middle of this picture. Let's talk about the document that's in the middle of this picture. Maybe you can see it perhaps even better on the screen than the copy in front of you. What does this document appear to be? Can you tell?
A receipt for U-Haul truck.
And if you look, it has a rental out date and time of 1/17/17 at 4:19 p.m. and a rental due date and time of 1/18/17 at 3:30 p.m. And this was rented from a U-Haul in Rochester, New Hampshire. Is that time frame, January 17 to 18, consistent with when you were helping Christine move things out of 979 Peterborough Road?
Yeah.
Do you remember specifically what day it was that you were helping her?
No. Just more than a day. So.
But does this date of January 17th to the 18th of 2017 sound like it could be one of those days when you were helping her move out?
Yes.
And in the top corner of this receipt, it mentions that the customer is Christine Sullivan, but then it has an address of 15 Stillwater Circle, Rochester, New Hampshire. Whose address is that?
That's mine.
Was Christine moving in with you? And then it has an email, christinesullivan113@gmail.com, and you see a phone number as well, right? 239-478-7908. I want to ask you about something else that's in the same image, though. So let me draw your attention to the top left corner where there's a yellow note. Do you recognize this note?
Yes.
Is that a note that was given to you?
I don't remember until seeing it after, but it was obviously for me.
Did you go by, or maybe you still do, go by the name Clough?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that note is from?
It's from Jenna.
How do you know that?
Because it says Jenna.
Do you remember when Jenna gave you this note?
Like I said, I don't remember seeing it until after, and then I actually came across this note probably about a year or so after they searched my house. And That was actually the first time I remember seeing it before he showed his picture the other day.
And do you have any understanding of your own understanding of what it may have meant when she wrote "Keep Your Chin Up"?
Yes.
What's that? What's your understanding?
But my understanding of that is, well, not my understanding, but what that means is I had a custody issue going on with my daughter, and she had 2 young children as well, so that was something that both had in common, that we both cared about, so.
Fair to say you commiserated over that shared issue?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you one more question regarding the U-Haul receipt itself. The phone number again listed on that receipt is 239-478-7908. If I could show you State's Exhibit 24. Come. Mr. Clough, this is State's Exhibit 24. Fair to say it's a list of different people with phone numbers written next to them. And if you look at the line for Christine Sullivan, the number there is 239-478-7908, correct?
Yes.
Same as the 239-478-7908 number on the email receipt?
Yes.
There's also a line on State's Exhibit 24 for Steven Clough, correct? Could you read the phone number that's on that line on Exhibit 24?
603-531-3647.
And was that your phone number at the time of the winter of 2016 to 2017?
Yes.
So a few more questions about when you were helping Christine move her stuff out. Did anybody else help you with that?
Yes.
Who helped?
Buddy Seymour helped for a time. Recruits helped. Jenna was going to help.
You said Jenna was going to help? Let me talk specifically about Buddy Seymour. Is that his real name? Buddy?
No, it's not a real first name, no.
Do you know what his real first name is?
I do, but it's escaping me on the side.
If I told you it was John, would that sound right?
Yes.
Buddy has since passed away, correct?
Yes.
You're aware of that? Did Buddy go with you to Dean's house to help move Christine's stuff out?
He did. Well, he went there, and I don't think we moved anything that day, but yes.
But Buddy did go with you that on one day?
Yes.
Would you regularly, or how often would you go to Dean and Christine's house?
Maybe once a week, maybe 3 times a week, depends.
Would you often see Buddy at Dean and Christine's house?
Yeah.
Was there a time when you went to Dean and Christine's house to help Christine move her stuff with a U-Haul, and Dean was there?
Yes.
How did Dean react to you being there to help Christine move her stuff out?
We ended up not moving stuff up because she said they worked things out what she was going to do to keep her stuff there, and they were still splitting up. And she was going to leave her stuff there.
Did you observe anything about Dean's reaction to the fact that you were there to help Christine move her stuff out?
Yeah.
So I'd like to talk about now January 25th of 2017. This is now the Wednesday before Christine and Jenna were killed. Did you see Christine and Jenna that day? Now, what did you do with Christine and Jenna on Wednesday, January 25th of 2017?
They came by the house. Christine fell asleep for a while. She got up really early, and Jenna and I talked. And then I was baking stuff for dinner.
Did they stay there and eat dinner at your place?
No.
Why not?
It wasn't ready.
You said it wasn't ready?
Correct.
That's something.
That's the reason, but at any rate, it wasn't ready.
So what happened? What did Jenna and Christine do when dinner wasn't ready?
They went up to Christine's.
some point that same day of January 25th, did you have contact with them again?
Yes.
And what did you do? How did that happen?
I went out there to get some personal left and bring them down.
While you were there, so we're talking the evening hours of January 25th, did you remember about what time it was that you arrived there?
It was late.
While you were there, did you help Christine with anything?
Yes, I moved some stuff out of the car.
Do you remember anything specifically that you helped her move out?
Ran out of the clock.
So if I could show you a couple of videos, these come from State's Exhibit 28. If I could just have you watch these, please, sir. Okay, if you could please watch this video, sir. So for the record, this is a video with the embedded date and timestamp of January 26th, 2017 at 1:38:24 up into the 20th. So there were two women, two people in that video clip, Mr. Clough. Do you recognize who they were?
Yes,
Who were they?
it's Christine and I.
So the embedded date and timestamp on these videos was approximately 1:40 in the morning of January 26th, 2017. Does that sound consistent with your memory of when you were at the house that evening?
Yeah. Yes.
About how long did you stay at the house that evening? Do you recall?
Maybe a couple hours.
In terms of the embedded timestamp of 1:40 in the morning, did you stay very much longer after that?
No. I don't think so. I think a lot of pretty sure that,
Was it unusual for you to be there that late?
no. Really.
But there was a car, when we watched the video, the outside portion of that event, there was a particular car that it looked like you took the clock out of. Whose vehicle was that? Whose car was that?
It's Christine Sullivan.
Showing to Sir State's Exhibit 30G. Does that appear to depict Christine Sullivan?
Yes.
That evening of January 25th into January 26th of 2017, was Dean there at all?
No.
After you left in the early morning hours of the 26th, did you see Christine or Jenna again that day? Did you see Dean that day? What about January 27th? Did you see Christine or Jenna or Dean at all?
No.
How about on January 28th? Did you see Christine or Jenna at all?
The last time I saw Dean was the night before Jenna and Christine were in the house that night. We were talking on Wednesday, and the last time I saw Jenna and Christine was that night, right there.
Did you talk to Dean on January 28th, 2017?
I don't remember what the date was offhand, but it was Saturday, whatever that next Saturday was.
Okay. And if I can draw your attention to the calendar right next to you, or don't recall the exhibit number, I apologize. Does January 28th appear to be a Saturday on that calendar?
It does.
When you talked to Dean on January 28th, did he ask you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do?
To go and check on Christine.
And what was your response?
Okay.
Did you agree to do that?
I did.
And did you go to Dean's house?
I did.
How did you get there?
My car.
What kind of car do you drive? Or did you drive?
Chrysler Sebring.
What color?
Red.
Did you go to Dean's house that night with anyone else?
Yes.
Who was that?
With Buddy Seymour, John Seymour, and McNicoll.
What was that last name? I'm sorry?
Standard.
Did John Seymour go by Buddy when he was alive?
Yes.
Okay, let's call him Buddy. Why did you go with Buddy and with Nicole?
Nicole was already coming to the house when Dean had called and asked me to go, and I asked Buddy to come. It was one of the things that Dean mentioned was that the windows had been painted in between when somebody he knew went there twice.
And hearing that information about the windows being painted, how did it make you feel?
And that was an odd thing to hear.
Why did you want Buddy to go along with you?
Because that was an odd thing that Dean had said, so.
When you went to Dean's house that night, did you take anything with you?
Yes.
What did you take?
Flashlights, my guns.
What kind of gun?
A Glock 9mm and a Ruger 9mm also.
And why did you bring guns?
Like I said, when he told me that the garage windows had been painted shut, in between the times, two of the times that somebody went there, that was an odd thing to hear. So, as a gun owner, that would be, I should have a garage yard car right now anyway, wherever I went, so it wouldn't have been an odd thing to carry a gun, but especially in a circumstance like that, that only makes sense.
You mentioned you had a flashlight in the backpack?
A couple.
Why did you have flashlights?
I always carry flashlights.
Anything else in the backpack?
I don't remember what animals in there.
Do you recall about what time you got to Dean's that day?
I'm going to guess dusk.
Why do you guess dusk?
Because I remember finished driving about halfway, she was complaining about the way I was driving.
And so when the car actually arrived at the house, were all three of you in the same car, Nicole, you and Buddy?
Correct.
And Nicole was driving when the car arrived at the house?
Yes.
Where did Nicole park the car?
I want to say she just pulled right straight in towards the garage.
Do you remember how far into the driveway she pulled?
Not offhand, but I'm going to guess probably pretty much all the way down there. So it was definitely slippery because I seen them a couple days before.
And once Nicole had parked the car, what did you do?
Yeah, in the garage.
Who got out?
By night,
What did Nicole do?
she stayed in the car.
When you say that you and Buddy looked into the garage, how did you look into the garage? Like, did you enter the garage?
She opened the door. Yeah.
Did you have anything with you when you got out of the car and went to look in the garage?
Flashlight, gun.
Did you have your backpack with you at that time?
I don't think so. I don't remember. I don't see anything about anything like that.
Did Buddy have anything with him when he left the car to go to the
Yeah,
car?
my guns and a flashlight.
And what did you do inside the garage?
Just looked around, see if there was anything out of sorts.
Did you notice anything that seemed to you to be out of sorts?
You know,
Did you notice anything about the windows?
the windows are definitely painted. Painted over, green.
How many floors does the garage have?
2.
Did you check both floors?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about the top floor?
Everything seems normal. And there was a lot of stuff in the garage, but that's almost how it was.
After the garage, what did you do next?
Then we went in and checked the house.
Did you see any other cars there?
Yes.
What did you see?
I don't specifically remember which cars, but there was a couple cars, and they were pulled right under me further out of sight than what normally would be.
And when you say that, can you just describe what you mean by that?
If you were to drive straight in the driveway, and if you're looking at the garage, down, if you were to pass the house and hung around to the right, that's where they were pulled. That way, kind of like off the beaten path.
Do you remember anything specific about the cars that were there? About which cars were there?
Christine's car was there, I don't really remember what the other cars were.
And when you say Christine's car was there, are you talking about the Volvo that's in State's Exhibit 30G?
The gray Volvo, yes.
So, State's Exhibit 30G, the embedded date and timestamp on this picture is approximately 1 in the morning of January 26th of 2017. And you remember the embedded date and timestamp on the videos of about 1:40 in the morning, 40 minutes later, on January 26th of 2017. When you saw Christine's car on January 28th, when you were there with Buddy and Nicole, was it in the same location as in this picture or a different location?
I don't remember if it was the same location. I don't know. Approximately, we never. Yeah, I remember thinking to myself, the cars are more out of the way than they were looking at. I remember because that was the same place you were.
Between you leaving the garage, you and Buddy leaving the garage, and then going more towards the house, did Buddy do anything?
He went out into the woods and he looked around there while we were in the garage. There's a window facing the back of the woods, and he noticed footprints going in towards the back of the woods.
Did you do anything with respect to those footprints, you personally?
No, maybe walk the back corner or something like that, but I don't think it walked for very much further if at all past that.
You said those footprints went into the woods, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when it started?
No. And the driveway was all icy, so I'm not sure it would have seen when it started. And the snow was very hard, so it wasn't like they were, you know, specific footprints. I don't think they went the snow and broke it.
Did Buddy at some point then stop following the footprints?
Did he what?
Did he come back from the woods?
Yes.
And what did you two do after Buddy came back from the woods?
Then, well, I think I thought Ava, and we went and tried to get in the house.
When you say trying to get into the house, what efforts did you make to try to get into the house?
Sure. Check the doors, knock on the doors, yell, knock on the windows, see if the windows were open, they were locked.
Was there a specific part of the house where you were checking on the doors and knocking on the windows?
Around the side, around, I don't know if we went all the way around the front, but the back door, obviously.
So if I can show you from Exhibit 32A. So Exhibit 32A has a number of pictures on it. Fair to say that those generally depict the outside of 979 Peterborough Road?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to the very top picture on that exhibit. Do you recognize the angle that this picture is taken from?
Yes.
And do you recognize the portion of the house that's depicted in this picture?
Yes.
What portion of the house is depicted here?
That's the back of the house.
So, if I'm correct in my understanding, here on the right-hand side of the picture is the main driveway circling back out of the picture, right?
Yes.
And the garage would be sort of off-screen to the right over here?
Yes.
So, are there doors at the ground level behind this car here?
Yes.
Did you check those doors?
Yes.
Are there doors at the ground level over here?
Yes.
Did you check those doors?
No.
Why not?
Well, it's not really a door, it's a slider coming out of the bedroom, but the other side, on the right side, is an actual door that would go in and out, that they used to go in and out, so.
And when you say the other side, the right side, are you talking about these doors behind the car?
Correct.
In fact, one of those doors is the one you brought the clock in through, correct?
Yes.
Are there doors up on this top porch up here, above where that car is parked?
There is.
Did you try those doors?
Yes.
And then what about on the other porch up on top on the left side of the picture? Are there doors there?
There's a door to the, yeah, the upper part is a porch, so there's a door on the other side.
So this middle portion you're talking about is a porch?
Yes.
Did you try the door on the left-hand side of that porch?
Yes. Well, yeah, that was open. The porch was open.
And then what about around the other sides of the house? Did you try any of the windows that might be on those sides of the house?
No.
Did Dean authorize you to do anything with respect to checking the house?
Yes. I said, you want me to try and break in?
And what did he say?
He said yes.
So, what did you do? Did you try and break into the house?
Yes.
What did you do to try and break in?
We used a shovel to pry up on the slider and pull.
So when you talk about the slider, what slider are you referring to?
Would be, there's a slider that goes into the kitchen from the porch.
I know it's hard to see in this picture. It would be approximately right here, roughly the middle of the porch, going back through the screen into the kitchen.
Middle of the porch, I guess, yeah.
So in order to access that slider, you obviously have to be inside of the porch, correct?
Correct.
How did you get into the porch?
Through the door.
Which door? Left-hand side or right-hand side?
On the right-hand side.
So over here near where the car is parked?
Yeah.
You mentioned a shovel. Do you remember where the shovel was from?
The shovel was either just inside the porch or just outside the porch.
Can you describe the shovel? What kind of shovel was it?
It was like a dating type shovel with hourglass handle.
Full size, big gold stamp on it?
Right.
Who found that shovel?
I think I did. It was just sitting there.
And then, what did you do with respect to the porch, excuse me, the slider from the porch into the kitchen? shovel?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who it was that was manipulating the door?
I don't.
Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement in the days and weeks following the deaths of Christine and Jenna? Would it surprise you if I told you those interviews were transcribed?
No.
Do you recall discussing during those interviews how it was that you and Buddy gained access to the kitchen area of the house? Would seeing a transcript of one of your interviews help refresh your recollection as to who worked the shovel, who worked the door?
Of course.
This is base number 2161. So I'm showing you, Mr. Clough, a portion of your interview from February 24th, 2017. For the record, it's page 110 of the transcript. If you could, I draw your attention to the bottom part of the page. Feel free to review whatever you need to. And then look up when your memory is refreshed as to the time. Is your memory refreshed as to who worked the shovel and who worked the door?
Yes.
And who was it that worked the shovel?
That's Buddy.
And who worked the door?
Me.
Once opening that sliding door into the kitchen, did you go inside?
Yes.
What did you see when you went inside?
I noticed that there was not really any clutter on the kitchen table.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
There was not really any clutter on the kitchen table. There was a lot of stuff on the kitchen table.
Did you notice anything else when you were in the kitchen?
No, not that I recall.
Did you call her, Christine?
Oh, yeah?
Did she answer?
No.
When I say call, I mean, did you yell her name?
They were calling the whole time that we were there.
Did you turn on any lights when you were inside?
I'm sure they must have. I don't specifically remember, but I'm sure they must have.
Did you go anywhere else other than the kitchen?
Yes.
Where else did you go after the kitchen?
We checked the kitchen, and then I think we checked the living room, which would have been right in front of the kitchen, towards the road of the house, towards the side of the house. And then went down the hallway to the bedrooms.
How many bedrooms were down that hallway?
2.
Now, had you been in that area of the house when you were there on the evening of January 25th and the 26th?
Yes.
Is there some sort of distinction made to distinguish between those 2 bedrooms?
Jenna was in the room first one on the right.
So when you were there on the 25th, Jenna was in the room first one on the right?
Yes.
On January 28th, when you're there with Buddy, did you look in that room?
Yes.
Now, what did you notice about it, if anything?
There was no sheets on the bed. I don't remember looking at the bed the other day.
Did you make any other observations about the room at that point?
There was a rug on the bed.
At that point, did you do anything with respect to that rug?
No.
Did you notice anything about the floor of that room?
Not at that time. No. I did, but I don't know if it was then or we came back upstairs and noticed that it was wet.
So you actually went into that room 2 times?
Yes.
And at one of those 2 times, what did you notice about the floor of the room?
That it was wet.
How did you notice that it was wet?
So I knelt down and looked underneath the bed.
You mentioned another bedroom down that hallway. Did you check that bedroom?
Yes.
Anything remarkable about that bedroom?
No, I mean, there was a lot of stuff in there, kind of a lot of clutter in there, but nothing.
So during this whole time, where is Buddy with respect to you?
I think we were pretty much together through that.
How are you feeling at this point?
I was kind of freaked out.
Why were you kind of freaked out?
Because the cars were there. The windows had been painted on the garage. It looked like people should have been there. There just wasn't anybody there. There was no sheets on the bed, and it had been made up for Jenna in previous days. days.
So are there any areas in that first floor of the residence that we haven't talked about here?
There's a bathroom in there.
Did you check that bathroom?
Yeah, I think I assume we did. I don't remember specifically, but I'm sure it was over there. We were looking all over the house, so I'm sure we did.
Anything remarkable about that bathroom from that night? Any other areas on that first floor that we haven't talked about here today? After checking that first floor, what did you do?
Went down to the basement level.
Generally, what rooms are on the basement level?
It's Dean's bedroom, and then like a right front, I don't know, there's a pool table, and it's like one room kind of thing, and then his bedroom.
Was there a place to do laundry in the basement as well?
Yeah, when you first walked in, there was a place where he put his laundry, and there was a sink also. And if you go through that room, that's one big room, and then at the other end of the house is Dean's bedroom.
And that place to do laundry with the sink, that's where we saw you bring in the grandfather clock, right? Okay. So did you check that basement area?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Dean's room?
Yeah, there was, I think, her laptop on the bed, Christine's laptop. I think her purse might have been there, or her stuff was there. Looked like her stuff was there. The safe was open. I don't know if there was anything else. It was a while ago, like I said, but...
How many safes were in that room that you were aware of?
I mean, I wasn't really aware of any. I don't think before then there was one that I know was open, so I'm not sure if I remember that there was more than one.
You mentioned having gone to the house previously, I think you said sometimes 1 to 3 times a week. When you would previously go to the house, would you often go to Dean's bedroom?
Maybe once in a while, but it wasn't necessarily there.
When you would go to the house prior to Christine and Jenna's deaths, where would you generally spend your time in the house?
Kitchen, I would say.
Did you notice any drugs in Dean's room?
Yeah.
What kind of drugs?
There was a little bit of cocaine in a bowl with a bureau, and a little bit of crystal meth just sitting out on the bureau also.
And when you said a little bit of cocaine in the bowl, you made a motion with your hands?
It was a little small bowl like that, with a little bit in there, like less than a gram.
And as a drug dealer yourself, you're familiar with quantities of drugs, couple grams?
I am.
How about the crystal meth? In your approximation, how much was there?
Less than a gram also.
What did you do with those drugs?
I asked him if he wanted me to take them.
What did he say?
He said yes.
Why did you ask Dean if he wanted you to take the drugs?
I would never leave anything like that sitting out in my house, I would assume. Nobody should leave anything like that out.
What did you do with the drugs after you took them?
I don't know, I probably did, I guess. There's only a little bit there.
Did you take anything else from the house that evening?
Yeah, there was some Viagra there or something like that, and I took some of that.
Did anything else?
I don't think so.
Did Buddy take anything from the house that you saw?
He did, Jenna's backpack, and the room she was using in the guest room upstairs.
Did Buddy take anything of Dean's from the house that you saw?
Not that I saw, no. I don't think so.
So you mentioned asking Dean if he wanted you to take the drugs, correct?
Yeah.
Did you update Dean at any point while you were in the house about what you were seeing?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Either by call or text, I don't specifically remember at what point I did which, but probably both.
Did you have an open line with him on the phone while you were walking through the house and checking it?
I don't think so. I don't physically remember either. And, you know, at that point I was pretty freaked out, so I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to everything I was doing. I was trying to figure out what was going on. My friends should have been there, and they weren't there. And their stuff was there, and the car was there, and there was nobody there.
So we talked about you checking Dean's room and seeing some things there. Do you remember today anything that stood out to you about any other areas of the basement?
No.
Once you checked the basement, what did you do next?
We went back upstairs to the kitchen level, the first level, whatever you want to call it.
And what did you do after you went back upstairs?
I haven't specifically remember what we did right then, but I know we looked back again in the guest room that Jenna was using.
And when you went back into that room, what did you do?
I ended up lifting up that rug a little bit. It was on the bed.
Did you notice anything when you lifted up the rug?
I did.
What did you notice?
I started to look up and I saw the red appeared to be blood to me.
And specifically, what were you looking at? The red was on what surface when you lifted it?
It was on the mattress.
Was Bunny with you at that point?
Yes.
What did Bunny do?
Well, I jumped back and said, "Oh my God!" And he said, "What? And I laid it away and got the words up. And he went over and he lifted the rug up more, and you could see a blood stain.
What did you do after seeing that stain on the mattress?
I don't know. I was trying to catch my breath, I suppose. I don't really remember what specifically it was.
Do you remember how you were feeling at that point?
I was feeling freaked out. I'm not sure how to describe the feelings. It was that's probably the last thing I wanted to see.
Did you, at some point, did you leave Dean's house?
We left very shortly after that.
How long total would you say you were at Dean's property from when you arrived there and checked the garage until you left?
I'm not sure.
Day?
A day?
Was it a day?
Yeah.
Can you approximate how long you were there?
I can guess, but it'll just be a guess. I don't even know what would be a good guess. I really don't know. I mean, to be honest, I don't know how long. I have no idea.
Is your memory exhausted as to how long you were in the house that night?
Do I remember what?
Is your memory exhausted as to how long you were in the house that night?
Is it exhausted?
Yeah. Do you remember how long you were in the house that night?
I do not remember how long I was in the house.
Okay. Do you remember speaking?
I would be happy to.
I'm sure. Do you remember speaking with law enforcement about how long you were in the house that night?
Not specifically.
Would you remember having a conversation with law enforcement about how long you were in the house that night?
Not specifically. Well, they asked me a lot of questions. This was a couple years ago. I mean, if you want to refresh my memory again, I'm sure whatever I happen to say there is going to be the truth, because that's what I've been saying the whole time.
So you recall speaking with law enforcement generally about being in the house that night?
I spoke with them several times about being in the house, yes.
And if I show you your transcript of one of those interviews, might it refresh your
what, I told the police what they go rush me, so I'll go with that.
So we talked about you and Buddy being inside the house, correct? Where was Nicole during the time when you and Buddy were checking the house?
She was in the car, as far as I know, until just before we left, she came in for a minute.
Did you see her go inside the house?
We were inside the house and she came in.
And what did she do while she was inside that you were able to see?
She came in, grabbed a bottle of something and took a drink of it. Said, "Come on, let's go, let's take that someone." And, you know, came in the world and left on all of that kind of thing.
About how long would you say Nicole was inside the house? How much time did she spend inside?
Like a minute or two, was a long. Maybe she went back or something, I don't know, it was quick.
Did you update Dean after finding what you described as a blood stain on the mattress? What happened?
Because he was about to get on a plane and be stuck on a plane, so I figured that was a lot of anxiety that not being able to do anything.
Had he said to you in one of the conversations with him that he was about to get on a plane?
Yes.
Did you call 911 after you found what you described as a bloody mattress?
I did.
What happened?
I thought that would be up to him. I wasn't sure what happened. I decided I should have, but I didn't.
So you mentioned you left Dean's, correct? At some point later that evening, did you go back to Dean's house?
Yes.
About when was that?
I don't remember specifically what time it was. After he got back a few hours.
Why did you go back to Dean's?
Nicole urged me to. I wasn't going back. She said, "Aren't you going to go support your friend?" And I was like, I didn't think I needed to go back up there, but she thought I should, so I went back up.
Did Dean call you after he got back?
I don't think probably. I don't just remember.
Do you remember speaking with investigators in the days and weeks after these two women were killed?
Yes.
And do you remember speaking with them about how it was that you came to be at Dean's house now in the early morning hours of January 29th?
Not specifically.
Do you recall that in general that was a topic of your conversation with investigators?
I'm sure that they asked me.
You were there when police arrived on scene, actually, right?
I was.
If I showed you a portion of one of your interviews with law enforcement, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure would.
So I'm showing you what is a portion of your transcript from February 18th of 2017 for the record, page 20. If you can take a look at that page, whatever you need to in the transcript, to refresh your recollection, and then look up if your recollection is refreshed as to whether Dean called you that night. Okay. Is your recollection refreshed as to whether Dean called you when you got back that night?
Yeah.
Did he call you when you got back that night?
Yes.
Without getting into the words that he said, how would you characterize the way Dean's voice sounded when he called you after he got home?
Angry.
So about what time did you arrive at Dean's house once he had come back in town?
I don't remember.
Did anybody go with you?
Nicole did.
When you got there, was Dean already there?
Yes.
Was there anyone else there?
No.
What did you do when you got to Dean's house now in the early morning hours of January 29th?
He was on the phone. So I waited for him to get off the phone.
Where did you go when you got there?
I think we were outside first. I don't know if we went in or not. And then he said he was going to call 911.
And to your knowledge, did Dean call 911 while you were there?
Yes.
About how long after you got there did Dean call 911?
I'm not positive. It was pretty soon after. He was on the phone. I got there with his lawyer.
arrive at the house?
Yes.
And we said you were there when police arrived, correct?
Yes.
Did police ask if they could speak with you early that morning once they arrived?
Yes.
Did you agree to speak with police?
Yes.
Not long after, did you change your cell phone?
Did I change it? No.
Did you change your number?
No, I got another cell phone, but
Approximately when did you get another cell phone?
I got another cell phone, I think it was that night. I don't remember the date, but I'm sure it didn't have the date as well.
Do you recall it being roughly in that same weekend that we were discussing here?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it before Dean got back or after Dean got back?
I don't, I was in the before, we're stuck with my clothes and having that.
Why did you get a new cell phone?
McNicoll and her dad suggested that we get separate numbers, separate phones, and pop each other on that because we're having issues with her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend.
At some point, and I think we touched on this earlier, the investigation turned to you, correct? They searched your house?
They searched her house for sure.
They searched you personally?
Yes.
Did law enforcement request to speak with you on a few different occasions? In fact, we reviewed the transcripts to refresh your recollection of some of those different dates, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically how many times you spoke with law enforcement?
No.
Would you say more than one?
Yes.
More than two?
Yes.
You also spoke with some investigators from the defense, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you did that?
2 or 3.
And these times when you spoke with law enforcement, defense investigators, were those voluntary conversations you had?
Yes.
What I'd like to do now, sir, is go over some of your phone communications between January 25th and January 29th of 2017. For the record, Your Honor, this is similar to the last witness, a portion of State's Exhibit 17, just reduced to Mr. Clough's communications. Okay, sir, so we're on the same page. If you look at the document you were looking at, does it begin Wednesday, January 25th of 2017 with a call 4:05 p.m. 9 seconds from CS to SC?
Yes.
Let's assume for purposes of this communication that CS stands for Christine Sullivan and SC stands for yourself. We see a call at 4:05 p.m. At 4:05 p.m. of 9 seconds, Christine Sullivan's phone to your phone. 4:06 p.m. call at 8 seconds, Christine Sullivan's phone to your phone. 4:08 p.m. Christine Sullivan to your phone for a 1 second call. 4:10 p.m. a call from Christine Sullivan's phone to your phone of 31 seconds. Do you recall these phone calls specifically?
No.
You testified earlier that January 25th was the day that you got together with Christine and Jenna?
Yes.
Let's look at 9:51 p.m. 2 second call from Christine Sullivan's phone to your phone. 11:22 p.m. that same day, a 59 second call from Christine's phone to your phone. And then 11:49 p.m. a text message from your phone to Christine's phone. Holy shit, I was waiting on someone and fell asleep. So sorry, I'm leaving in a minute. Do you recall what this text message refers to?
I was scrolling up there to Christine.
And then the following text message, 12:44 a.m., your phone to Christine's phone, now at the early morning of January 26th, be there shortly. Earlier, when we looked at that U-Haul receipt in South Rochester address, you said that was your address?
Yes.
About how long would it take you to get from your place in Rochester to Dean's place in Farmington?
Probably about 15 minutes.
The next date of these communications is January 28th, 2017. At 3:30 p.m. it shows a 7 second call from your phone to Christine's phone. Did she answer this call? Do you remember? So you testified earlier quite extensively about meeting at Dean's house on January 28, 2017, correct? Going through with Buddy?
Yes.
And these text messages are also from January 28, 2017?
Correct.
Does that help you remember if she answered your phone call at 4:30 p.m.?
It does, because I didn't speak with her again after that night. I saw her on Wednesday.
Was it unusual for Christine to not answer your phone call?
Not any more than anybody else.
Did she call you back? Did she return this phone call? Would she normally return the phone calls?
Actually, I thought, yes, absolutely.
What do you mean by at a certain point?
It might be a little while later, but I was always getting, we were in communication, we were friends, so you call friends, we were friends, you call back.
So then at 4 p.m., DS stands for Dean Smoronk, a text from Dean to you, Pedro, that you talk. 4:15 p.m., a text from your phone to Dean's phone that I can real quick, or I need about an hour, -1.5 of HRS before I can. 4:20 p.m., a call from Dean Smoronk's phone to your phone at 40 seconds. 4:21 p.m., a call from your phone to Dean Smoronk's phone at 182 seconds. 4:27 p.m., a call from your phone to Christine Sullivan's phone of 3 seconds. Fair to say she didn't answer this call? Is that a yes?
Yes.
4:28 p.m., a text message from a call from your phone to Dean's phone at 353 seconds. And then at 5:34 p.m., a text message from Dean's phone to your phone. It must be cold and dark up there. Do you have a flashlight? Do you remember where you were when you received this text message?
No.
What was your understanding of what this text message was in reference to?
I was going to get a check on Christine, and I don't understand the question. If
I can refer to the house.
then I would need a flashlight to see. I mean, it's cold, it's winter, so it'll be cold.
Let me ask the question in a different way. I apologize. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, earlier you testified that you thought it was dusk when you arrived at Dean's house.
Yes.
Would a time of 5:34 p.m. be consistent with when you might have arrived at Dean's house?
I guess. I'm not sure. These are details that I would have no possible way of remembering.
5:54 p.m. Text from your phone to Dean's phone. I'm set. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon. 6:11 p.m. Call from your phone to Dean's phone at 461 seconds. And then 6:25 p.m. a text message from your phone to Dean's phone. First floor clear. Do you recall sending that text message? First floor clear.
I see that I did, but not specifically remember doing it. But yeah.
What do you believe, if anything, that text message was in reference to?
That we didn't see anything on the first floor.
And the first floor, we talked about 2 different floors. Which one would you have been referring to as the first floor?
The kitchen, where we walked in, the first place we went.
6:28 p.m., you see a call from your phone to Dean's phone at 910 seconds. 6:52 p.m., a call from your phone to Dean's phone at 87 seconds. 8:22 p.m., a call from Dean's phone to your phone at 2 seconds. 8:24 p.m., a call from Dean's phone to your phone at 27 seconds. 8:26 p.m., a text message from Dean's phone to your phone about to start boarding. Then at 8:34 p.m., a call from your phone to Dean's phone of 249 seconds. Do you remember why you called Dean at 8:34 p.m.?
I mean, I'm sure it was about the situation, but do I remember specifically when I called him for that time? No.
Then there's a gap. 8:34 goes to 11:36 p.m. on the same day, so January 28th. Text from Dean's phone to your phone, Tim's new number. And then 11:47 p.m. a text from Dean's phone to your phone on the ground in Boston. Text message is now looked at early morning hours of January 29th of 2017. First one at 1:16 a.m. Dean's phone to your phone on RT 11 World. 1:18 a.m. your phone phone to Dean's phone in Roch, question mark, 1:30 a.m., Dean's phone to your phone, Horntown. What does Horntown mean? Do you have an understanding of that?
That's one of the roads right by Dean's house.
When you say right by, are you able to describe more specifically where Horntown is in relation to Dean's Road?
It's probably just a couple minutes away.
1:36 a.m., a text message from your phone to Dean's phone, so you don't need a lift. 1:44 a.m., call from Dean's phone to your phone, 204 seconds. 2:40 a.m., call from your phone to Dean's phone, 5 seconds. 2:59 a.m., a text message from your phone to Dean's phone, on the way up, call if you have him in. 3:05 a.m., a text message from Dean's phone to your phone, K in or in. And then 3:05 a.m., a text message from Dean's phone to your phone, let me know when you're close. It's fair to say that these last 3 text messages make it sound as if you're not at Dean's house when they're exchanged?
Yeah.
And the time of these, 2:59 in the morning, 3:05 in the morning, is that consistent with approximately when you arrived at Dean's house on the early morning of January 29th?
I'm guessing yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn for the rest of the day. Kindly leave your transcripts and the notes behind those transcripts will be back on your chair tomorrow morning. We'll start at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Please, as I've instructed before, do not allow yourself to be exposed to any media, do not do any research, and do not discuss the case with anyone. Thank you.
All rise, jury exiting.
Just a minute or two on scheduling and what the plan is for tomorrow. We'll finish this recording, and then I think the state said you had one more witness after that?
Yes, the DNA expert,
Okay.
and the direct will be about an hour and 15.
And the cross, roughly? I'm not going to hold you to it, just roughly.
Okay, I don't think it's going to be insubstantial,
All right.
but I would say by at least 30 minutes.
So maybe we're done by 12, 12:30 in that range, if all goes smoothly tomorrow morning. And then will you start your defense case tomorrow, assuming they finish?
Yes.
All right.
We will, we can let the court know that we're canceling Scott Pelletier.
All right, so you don't need him brought here tomorrow at all?
We do not.
All right, I'll see if it's not too late to cancel the transport order, sorry. All right. Other witnesses lined up to go in the afternoon, just in case?
Yeah, we have one witness lined up.
Okay.
There's a hiccup in the scheduling.
All right.
Our expert, who we had to use out-of-state subpoena service to coordinate scheduling for.
Okay.
As soon as we were able to start the process of scheduling her, she let us know immediately that this week was going to be pretty much not available.
Mm-hmm.
She said she's on vacation this weekend, given that it's a religious holiday weekend. She was not available Monday.
Okay.
So the earliest we could get her here, traveling, was Tuesday morning. She's available for testimony Tuesday afternoon, 2 o'clock at the latest.
All right. Are there witnesses in between?
Yeah.
All right. So, and did you say one witness tomorrow afternoon?
Correct.
Does it make more sense simply to suspend after the state's case and start your case on Tuesday?
However the court would like to do it.
If you want to present a witness, and then we'll have what sounds like a weekend plus one full day. I mean, it's up to you how you want to present your case.
Yes. After consulting with Attorney McNicoll, there are a couple of witnesses that we have on hold. It's unlikely we'll call them. So maybe it makes more sense that we start our case on Tuesday.
All right. That acceptable to you?
It makes no difference to us. We'll rely on the court's discretion.
All right. So between now and Tuesday, I'm almost done with the, I've been editing final instructions as we go. I'll send you a draft probably over the weekend. If I don't finish them tonight, if I do finish them tonight, I'll send them to you tomorrow, but otherwise you'll at least have them over the weekend. Okay? Anything else?
Yeah, also with respect to scheduling, I may have a better idea after the weekend, but my summation, I am summing up, and my summation will be about an hour and a half long. It may be longer than that. It would not be longer than an hour 45. But that calls into question the scheduling for the jurors, and it may be a morning where it may be prudent for them to come in at 9 rather than 10 in order, their summation's about an hour and a half. Ours is, looks like we'll probably be able to get them in, but only if the jurors come at 9. So it's just something to think about, and maybe potentially asking the jurors to think about over the weekend if they're available to do that, if they're available to do that.
Well, are you talking about starting on Wednesday morning for summation?
Whenever summation is, it's going to be about 2.5 to 3 hours of attorney argument.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
Right. The instructions are probably, well, they're under an hour, but they'll probably be about 45 minutes is my guess. So based on what you've told me, do you expect that your defense case would be just the one day, Tuesday? You'd put witness or two on in the morning and then your expert in the afternoon?
Correct.
All right. Is there much possibility that your expert goes into Wednesday morning? I mean, there's always a risk, but depending on how things go, but based on what you know?
Yeah, I don't.
All right. Well, I'll talk to the clerk about the possibility of altering the schedule for next Wednesday to a 9 a.m. start to make sure we get close and charge all in one day. You okay to close on Wednesday?
Right.
All right.
yes.
All right. Very good. Thank you. We'll see you in the morning. And so they do not move.